Thank you so much, Kim. Let's call the meeting to order. This is our Budget Committee meeting for Tuesday, December 10th, 2024, in preparation for next year's budget. So opening remarks, comments, Nick, you're on the agenda.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Budget Committee members and everyone. It's great to be here.
One note. So I'll acknowledge this is a Budget Committee meeting, so the agenda says Commissioner Dare is opening the meeting. I do think of it as a Budget Committee with our, community partners at the Budget Committee table with us. So as I say, I don't think it's a big deal, but just acknowledging that Jim Pfister is the chair of the Budget Committee this year, and we are opening it up under that. So welcome and thank you to the community members that are part of this Budget Committee. And I don't know that we need to do anything there.
Sometimes it's the agenda over all us, rather than how things go. So all's good.
And I don't know that we're voting on anything today, so it's not that.
I don't believe we are, and I believe Chrisana Buck-Endicott is online. So thank you, Chrisana, for joining us online.
I am here.
Yes, and and I'm here because last year I wasn't, and that didn't really work well. So that's why I actually changed my plans. This happens to be the 10 most important days of my brother-in-law's life. So anyhow, he's in Vegas.
Well, thanks for being here.
Yeah, I know. I at least the airport's now cleaned out. So the good news is, let's go ahead and go back to the remarks from Nick.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. That's great. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thanks for, I can stop there. We have a robust agenda for today's meeting with an invited speaker, a number of finance department updates, an overview of the fiscal year 26 budget initiatives, a discussion of the budget calendar, and then we'll convene the elected officials compensation committee discussion. This is the first time we've scheduled that meeting this early as we begin that process for the next fiscal year, so we can get a head start on that today. And speaking of getting a head start, we got a head start on the fiscal year 26 budget process. And when I say we, I mean administration and finance together. We started the process this past summer, and as we begin to think strategically about a comprehensive and inclusive approach among departments to begin discussions regarding our budget projections, potential impacts, et cetera. So, and the reason that we did that is that we know that the general fund is structurally imbalanced. We'll talk more about that this morning, meaning that expenditures are growing at a faster rate than revenues, with a projected budget shortfall occurring by fiscal year 27 unless corrective actions are taken. So we initiated the process by meeting with the impacted departments. When I see impacted departments, those are the departments that are receiving general fund in one way or another, direct or internal service funds, in September, and we've met a couple of times since then. Again, we, Finance and Administration, are implementing a budget framework for fiscal year 26 with the goals of resetting the expenditure curve by lowering the projected growth rate, which we're referring to as limited growth, and targeted savings, which we're calling focused savings, to ensure the financial sustainability of the county over the next 5 to 10 years. And with this framework, the general fund supported departments would be limited. This is our initial projection is at 3.3%, and internal service fund departments to 8%. And I say initially because this is the framework we're beginning with, but ultimately these decisions will be made by, we'll receive direction from the Board of Commissioners in early January, and ultimately these will be the decisions made by the Budget Committee during the process. The projected fiscal year 26 general fund budget, including all estimated staffing costs and increases, must be reduced by approximately $2.5 million. And the county overall must reduce expenses by over $3 million. Just a week ago yesterday, on Monday, December 2nd, the board approved $1 million in savings from the general fund through a series of actions. In addition, I just want to share that you're going to hear, and so I'm going to provide the context about it now. During the public comments in a few moments, we often don't have public comments, so it's good that we'll have a public comment here coming up here in just a few moments, that the administrative services budget needs to decrease expenditures by over $130,000 in the next fiscal year. We're proposing to reduce costs through a series of actions, including holding open the human resources director and manager positions and eliminating a number of other projects and corresponding expenses. But unfortunately, achieving this necessary savings can only occur by reducing a full or partial full-time equivalent an employee. I made that difficult decision to reduce the county's performance auditor position to 0.5, effective January 1st, because we have an upcoming vacancy in the risk management program where we can retain this employee who's just an outstanding employee. The audit committee met on Friday to recommend to administration and the Board of Commissioners to prioritize funding for the internal audit office over other and to find savings elsewhere rather than really reducing that from a 1.0 to 0.5 FTE. And so the Board of Commissioners will make this decision at their meeting next week on Wednesday, December 18th, of whether we initiate a recruitment, whether that we retain the 1.0 or the 0.5 FTE going forward. So normally I wouldn't provide this much detail about this small of a budget item, but because you're going to receive public comments about it, I just wanted you to have the awareness of what the context was about where we're at this point, and that decision is forthcoming in short order. I also think it's important because this is a very difficult and painful decision, and this is relatively small. It's a 0.5 FTE, and we're going to be looking at much greater savings in other departments, in all departments over the year and possibly the next couple of years going forward as we limit the growth rate and when we focus savings going forward. Again, I want to finish with, but the good news is that we can take corrective action now to avoid any sort of a financial cliff in the future. But the actions do have consequences, and those are certainly unfortunate. I want to say that I look forward to our time together this morning, and I'd like to turn it over to Robert, our CFO, Robert Tintel, our CFO, and he can introduce the balance of our team that I would be pleased to do, but I want to give him those honors. So welcome again, everyone. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to a great day together.
Great. Thank you, Nick. And thank you, everyone, for being here today. This is the kickoff of our season. It's not the official one. We'll have that later, but it's a great insight into inform you all on what we'll be doing. Before we get into all the details, I do want to formally welcome Cam Sparks as our new budget and financial planning manager. As you know, we had a transition in the finance team. And while this is Cam's first meeting as the manager, you all know that she's been a valuable part of the budget and financial planning team for many years now. And so we're just excited to have her here as she just leads the process for this year. As she discusses everything over the course of this morning, it's great that we have continued guidance and expertise within the budget office. So thank you, Cam, for stepping in and stepping up into the position. We're glad you're here.
It is a well-deserved appointment promotion, so congratulations.
Absolutely. Also, I'd like to welcome Dan Kiefer. He's our new senior budget and financial planning analyst. He joined the budget team when Cam's promotion, and he has been within the finance department already. He started on the accounting side. So he's also been here for a few years, helping us along. And so now he's joined at the table as well. Finally, Laura Skundrecht, our budget and financial planning management analyst, continues in her role, providing excellent support and helping us in the budget and finance office. So we appreciate her as well. So thank you all for joining us today as well. As Nick mentioned, we started planning the fiscal year 26 budget process this past summer. The budget committee approved the budget in May, as you recall. The Board of Commissioners adopted it in June, and then starting in July, we started meeting with admin, and we had planning for fiscal year 26 already. So it's almost a year-round process for us. So we've been working hard at that. And we previously shared presentations to the Budget Committee on the long-term financial forecast, and you've heard a lot of detail on that and our projections. As Cam presents the materials today, you'll notice how we're taking a proactive approach to address the ongoing structural balance as needed to ensure the financial stability in the general fund. And we're going to repeat that probably throughout this year. This year's budgeting process will look a little different from prior years, both for departments and for the Budget Committee, as you review materials contained in the proposed budget and in the documents that you receive prior to budget week. So you'll be getting more information this year as we talk about those focus savings areas and the limited growth targets. So finally, over the last couple of years, there's been an increasing discussion on PERS costs. Additionally, the state's new biennium begins in this fiscal year and fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27. This is the same period where we will see increased PERS costs ourselves at Deschutes County and other jurisdictions as well. To provide the Budget Committee with additional information on PERS rates, after public comment, we will have a guest speaker. We've added to this year's agenda a PERS presentation by Carol Samuels, Managing Director from Piper Sandler. So she'll join us via Zoom to share her expertise and really to share how PERS rates have increased overall within the system and then how it impacts us here directly at Deschutes County. So we look forward to that presentation today. Again, as PERS cost being one of our major expenses, we thought it would be a good opportunity for the full Budget Committee to hear a little more information on that.
So Robert,
Yes.
years ago, I believe we gave over 13 million for PERS funding. It had a quarter match.
Yes.
And now we're hearing we've got more PERS costs coming up. Did that 13 million actually make a difference in would we be better off today if we would have just kept that 13 million and not sent it to our fund?
That's a great question, and we'll get into that in the presentation. You will see there is a slide. It is beneficial to answer your question first.
I mean,
And you'll see,
it's, you're talking about, we've got on this terrible trajectory now, and I'm going like, okay, maybe that wasn't such a good idea. I mean, we cut it back. Originally, we were thinking we could even do more.
what you'll see is when we get into our PERS rates, you'll see an offset credit that we receive because of that contribution. Without it, our PERS rates would have been higher. So we'll get into the detail a little bit later on that.
13 million.
Good question. It's based on a percent, but yes. Yeah.
Just like, okay.
Yeah.
I just don't want to forget that we actually made that decision, and
We did.
was it worth it?
Okay. Thank you, Nick.
Okay, public comments. Are there any public comments in the room? Yes. Oh, online. Thank you, Kim. All right.
Hi, I'm Daryl Parrish from the Audit Committee.
Good morning, Daryl. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, staff. Good morning, Budget Committee members. Nice to meet you. Can you hear me okay?
We can. You're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, excellent. So I'd like to discuss the proposed budget reductions and their effects on the Audit Committee and the audit staff and the Internal Audit Office. And I've kind of divided the discussion into 4 parts. The first one has to do with suggested staff reductions and challenges associated with the proposed cuts for the Audit Office. Currently, the FTE for the Audit Office is at 2. The proposal is to take it to 1.5 with a full-time internal auditor and a part-time auditor. We believe, though, it based on historical experience, that it's really hard to find half position in the audit office. It's what you wind up with contractors, and the ability of them to produce good work product and be reliable has been spotty in the past. And we see with $83,000 of the proposed $130,000 cut coming from internal audit, is the audit office is kind of bearing a large percentage of the proposed cuts. The second part has to do with the relationship between the county organization and the internal audit function. Deschutes County has grown significantly since 2016, and at that time, audit staff per FTE was 1 auditor for 941 staff. Currently, with 2 FTEs, it's 1 auditor per 626 staff. And with a proposed cut, if that cut were realized at 1 full FTE, it would be 1 auditor per 1,251 staff. With the proposed cuts to the staff, the work proposed in the Audit Committee approved work plan would certainly not be completed, and the amount of work to be completed in future work plans would be reduced, inhibiting, we believe, the program's ability to identify and review areas of significant risk. There are currently 4 audits remaining to be completed for the current workplace as approved, work plan, approved by the Audit Committee. They're as follows: staff recruitment and retention, election controls, homelessness response, and the Sheriff's Department body cameras review. All important work, we believe. With the proposed reduction of this work cannot be completed per schedule, and work will have to be removed from the work plan. Also, in the future, the audit office will have less capacity to review critical risk areas within the county organizations, have less capacity to identify waste and reduced ability to identify potential savings for the county, resulting from efficiency improvements and other cost-saving measures. Part 3 has to do with looking at a single person audit shop and its effect on collaboration, independence in of the audit function. Single person shops are very rare, and there are currently none existing in the state of Oregon. Having a second person dramatically increases the value of the audit function. It does not only allow for more work, it also lends to the quality of the work being performed. Auditing standards require extensive review for quality control. Audits are of better quality because of the second set of eyes. And in a one-person shop, there is no opportunity for collaboration. Auditors cannot share ideas, comments, or concerns with other county staff during an audit engagement, as is their duty to remain independent of the organization in the performance of their work. And then finally, the audit committee had a special meeting on December 6th and formed a motion with a 7-0 vote with one extension. And I'll read that. To formally advise county administration and the Board of Commissioners to prioritize the internal audit function and to elect for other areas to cut or to identify additional revenues to balance the budget. Based on the comments above and on those expressed in our letter, which we sent a letter to the board and they should be receiving that, we would like to state the following. Giving the value that the internal audit office brings to the county in identifying performance improvements, uncovering waste, and increasing public trust in the community in its government, we ask that you task the administrator with identifying other means of securing the budget savings to balance the budget in lieu of reducing the staffing level in the Office of Internal Audit. That's all I have. And if you have any questions for me, I'll happily answer them.
Are there any
And thanks
questions?
for the time.
Thank you, Daryl, so much for pointing that out.
You're very welcome.
Any other raised hands? No one else? Okay. All right, then. I see Carol is online. Carol, do you want to go ahead then and start the PERS presentation?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. While Carol gets set up, I'll do a slight introduction for her. Carol Samuels, as I mentioned, Managing Director at Piper Sandler. Carol has been a great partner for local governments all across the state, and I would call her an expert in PERS. She attends all the PERS meetings. She has an email that she sends out to many jurisdictions across the state, and they depend on her expertise and her knowledge. So she's been a great partner to local governments, and Piper Sandler provides a great service as well. So I just want to thank Carol for joining us today and giving this presentation. So thank you, Carol.
You are welcome. So just checking the audio. Can everyone hear me?
I believe so.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Okay. And Robert, do I have permission to share my screen?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Okay. All right.
And you do have the handouts in front of you as well.
Okay. Final confirmation check. Can you see the slideshow version of this?
Yes, we can. But the good news is we have paper copies, so we can actually see those much better.
All right, fabulous. And I would encourage you, there are a couple of slides that have small print numbers that I'll be referring to. So I'm glad you have paper copies. Hopefully they're legible. I also want to encourage, I appreciate that Zoom is awkward. But if there are comments or questions, chances are if you have questions, everybody else does too and is not as brave as you. So feel free to interrupt me. I am not going to be able to monitor chat. So Robert, if I could ask you to do that and interrupt me with any comments or questions, I'd appreciate it. Okay, so I've been given 45 minutes to do something that I often take twice as long, and I do tend to talk. So again, feel free to give me a time check, but I'm going to get right to it with the overview of why are we constantly talking about PERS. My opinion, this graph says it all. This is a graph of the percentage that most local jurisdictions in Oregon pay to the pension system to cover the costs of providing pensions both to your current retirees and building a sufficient fund to provide pensions in the future to your current employees. And this goes back to 2005. I could take it back even earlier, and you would see the same upward trajectory, which is that your costs of pensions have been steadily rising. And although there is some suggestion that that may be plateauing, it's not going to happen particularly soon. We are seeing increasing rates, at least for the next 2 biennia. This is more specifically drilling down into Deschutes County's percentage paid to PERS, and it's broken down by the 3 different categories of employees that you still have. One is Tier 1, Tier 2. Those are employees who were hired prior to 2003. Then there's OPSERP, which is the newer plan. That is a somewhat less expensive plan that was approved in 2003 by the legislature in their first effort to reduce costs. And that's broken down by general service employees and police and fire that get a higher benefit. And you can see between 2023-25 biennium, which is where we are right now, and what is already assigned for the 25-27 biennia, that your percentage costs are going up somewhere between 3.5 and 5 percentage points, with the biggest increase coming in the police and fire category. Okay, so why? Well, fundamentally, this is a math problem. It is a problem, and I'm showing you a graphic on a system-wide basis because all employers in the state of Oregon, not all, but most, participate in the pension system. And on a system-wide basis, the amount of assets that the system has on hand is less than the present value projection of your liabilities, meaning how much is it costing you in today's dollars to make sure that all of your retirees and current employees who will be retirees over the next 20 years are going to cost you. Specifically, the latest information we have is the 2023 valuation, where the liabilities in present value terms have been calculated to be about 106 billion with a B dollars, and assets on hand were only $77 billion, which leads what in actuarial speak is called the unfunded actuarial liability, or in English, the shortfall of about $30 billion statewide. That is an increase from the 2021 valuation, which for complicated reasons that I will go into in a minute, is actually the valuation that is setting your rates this biennium of $20 billion. So over the past 2 years, the shortfall has actually grown despite past efforts, current efforts to try and bring down the cost. And that's why your rates are going up. Yeah. Okay, so a little detour into what goes on in the black box. Who determines what your percentage comes down to, and what do they look at? Well, first of all, as I said, the way you pay PERS is as a percentage of every payroll you pay to your PERS covered employees. The entity that calculates what that percentage should be is a massive valuation firm, actuarial firm, known as Milliman Incorporated. It's a multinational firm that works with many, many pension programs. And they calculate that percentage every single year. However, because of the idiosyncrasies of the state budgeting system, where they budget on a biennial basis, they determined decades ago that it was only the odd year valuations that would be used to set the rates. So on the prior page, you may have noticed that I skipped over the middle column where there was a 2022 valuation. 2022 valuation is an even year valuation, and it provided useful information because it was a projection, but it's the 2023 valuation that is meaningful in terms of setting the rates. So your reaction legitimately might be, wait a minute, we're at the end of 2024. Why are we using data that's more than a year old? Again, this is the idiosyncrasies of the system in Oregon. And honestly, I think it produces a lot of confusion because of how far in arrears the data is utilized. So specifically, the valuation, just to confuse you, is on a calendar year basis, not a fiscal year basis. So the 2023 valuation goes through December 31st of 2023. Routinely, valuations are not presented to you until a year after the fact. So we received the 2023 valuation in October of 2024. And then to further confuse the situation, it is utilized for the biennium after it is released. Okay, so we have the 2023 valuation. It's provided in October of 24, and it's not utilized until July 1st, 2025 through June 30th of 2027. So the current rates date back to the 2021 valuation and will go through June 30th of 2025, which means that by the end of the biennium, you are paying rates based on information that is 3.5 years old. Long story short, if you're confused, I totally get it. It took me many, many hearings of this fact to understand what's going on. But long story short, it means that the PERS system is not nimble, it is not flexible, and it does not react in real time to changes in circumstances the way it arguably might in order to take into account things like, oh, investment losses, to quickly adjust rates so that you're paying actually what you need to pay. More on that later. I'm gonna pause here for a second and just make sure there aren't any questions. This is kind of key.
Mr. Chang has a question.
Well,
Going back to I guess this is the slide 4. So I'm tracking our actual actuarial liability, what we need versus what we've got. Why aren't we catching up? I mean, between 2021 and 2023, I mean, is that basically that we're not getting our assumed return of 6.9%, or yeah, I just want to know why we're falling farther and farther behind.
Well, there are many reasons that I would actually like to hold off answering because I will be touching on that in future slides.
Excellent question.
Okay, thank you.
It is the key question. So
Yes.
I just had a question. It's more theoretical because, you know, I don't want to debate moving at the speed of government in any way. But from the perspective of what the county can do with the data that's available to them, are there ways for the county to budgetarily either assign more or less based on the rates? Probably more rather than less. You have to pay what you have to pay, but is there an opportunity to be able to either pay more or escrow more based on the trend line?
yes, also an excellent question that I will spend a bit more time on later.
Excellent.
Okay. Well,
Oh, this is-
let's move on so I can.
Commissioner DeBonne has a question.
Oh, okay.
Acknowledging that's where the PERS reserve came from, is that policy choice of charging internal fees at or above the requirement many years ago. This is before, 15 years ago even. And that's where the PERS reserve came from,
Mhm.
knowing that this was way on the horizon, but that's not even keeping up.
Right.
But it's helped.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Sucking less sometimes means you still suck.
All right. This slide will begin to answer, and I'm sorry, I can't really see anyone, so I'm not sure who asked the question about why we're falling further behind. But this slide will begin to tell that story. So, first of all, how do they determine their percentage? They have a very complicated model that looks into, frankly, the most complicated part are some of the demographic assumptions. For example, how long are people going to live? How many people go out on disability? How many men do you have? How many women do you have? Because their demographic profile is different. But they also have 2 or 3, depending on which you think, how you divide things up, critical financial assumptions that really drive the model. One is what's called the assumed earnings rate. And that's a fancy name for the long-term rate of return that the actuaries build into the model that assumes that the assets, currently about 77 billion, will earn over the next 20 years. And they recognize that, they're not going to earn it every year, but the hope is the good years will offset the bad years. Current assumption is 6.9%. That actually has come down. Historically, it started at 8. Then it's been gradually brought down over the course of the past decade, sits at 6.9%. When earnings are less than assumption. What happens? Well, the actuary in the next valuation goes and says, oh, last year we actually lost money. So we need rates to rise to offset that reduction. And that did happen over the course of the last 2 years during the 22 and 23 period that the 2023 valuation is looking at. And so that is one key ingredient about why rates are going up and why the unfunded liability rose. Second financial piece is the time period for paying back the shortfall or the amortization period. This is kind of like a loan to the system. There's this $29 billion shortfall, and they have run a repayment cycle over a historically 20-year maturity. They then changed it in 2019 to be a 22-year maturity. And then they build that percentage into your repayment. Now, I don't know about you, but my feeling is going from 20 to 22 years has the same impact as going from 15-year mortgage to a 30-year mortgage. Same concept. The idea brings the cost down. But to me, and I speak purely as a finance professional, that was a bad trade. Because just like going from a 15 to a 30-year mortgage, it brought down the costs annually a bit, but it increases the amount of the debt overall. So that's another key ingredient. And you will see throughout the history of PERS that there is this tendency to, using the colloquial term, kick the can down the road that has actually aggravated the cost. Final piece from a financial standpoint is payroll growth. The model generally has an assumption that payrolls annually are going to grow at 3.4% per year. In the past 2 years, they made a one-time adjustment to increase that to 5.4% per year, recognizing that for a variety of reasons, payrolls were growing faster. But in fact, and this was the case in the county as well, most average employers had their payrolls more than double even this higher assumption. Okay, so what happens when that happens? Well, first of all, what happens is the formula for paying your retirees is predominantly based on a model where you take the highest average salary over 3 years. That's typically at the end of an employee's work life. You multiply that times years of service, and then by a factor to determine what their pension annuity is going to be. Well, if the actuary underestimates how high that payroll is going to be, because rather than growing at 5.4%, it actually grew at 10%, that means that they have missed the boat on what the final average salary is going to be, and therefore underestimated what the pension payment is going to be. That is another reason that your pension costs are rising. A lot of history that I'm not going to go through. Bottom line is that the legislature has tried to attack the beast of these costs multiple times over the course of the past 25 years. The most successful effort was in 2003 when they instituted a variety of reforms. The key reform that they instituted was the creation of a third tier that would be OPSERP. Most of your active employees are likely OPSERP employees, and it provided a somewhat less generous plan to those employees, and it applies to anyone who was hired after 2003. And that worked. It really brought the unfunded liability down such that assets to liabilities by 2007 were at 98%. Right now we're at about 72%. So that worked. But then in 2008, as I'm sure all of you experienced, as did I, the fund lost massive amounts of money. Nearly a third of the portfolio was lost overnight, and that caused the unfunded liability to rise immediately. It caused payroll rates to rise immediately. And I would posit that the current unfunded liability is a product of this original event that we have just delayed paying back. So why is investment income so crucial? Well, if you look at where benefit, if you divide a dollar of benefit payments, nearly 75% is assumed to come from investment earnings. Only 22%, 23% comes from employers, and even less comes from members. And the members' payment is fixed. So when this underperforms, the only place to go is to employers. And that's why consistently your payroll rates have risen.
Question.
Yeah.
This is Commissioner DeBonne. The previous slide, you finished up with not paying back from this event. You're specifically referring to 2008.
Mm-hmm.
So that moment in time where the value is lost, we're dealing with the echoes of that right now. So that's quite a many years later.
Yeah. Exactly.
Thank you.
One other thing I just want to make sure is said. I don't know how many of you are members of the system, but I want to make sure I say this is not your fault, and no one in the room should be aggravated at the cost that current employees are charging the system. The average payout to retirees is only about $34,000 a year. But there is a systemic imbalance in that this is a pie chart of where the liability is attributed to. And you'll see that current retirees make up 65% of the liability. When you add that to those that are considered inactive, which means folks who one time worked for the system, they're not retired yet, but at one time they worked for the system and they vested, so they are eligible for a pension, but they're not currently working in the system. You get to a place where 70% of the beneficiaries of this system are not touchable. So nothing that the legislature or the PERS administration or the judiciary does affects these guys. So bottom line, you could essentially eliminate pensions on your active employees and you would not solve this financial problem. This is a problem that was a creation of decades of legislative decision-making that unfortunately there is really no path to fixing other than coming up with the money to pay for it. Aren't you glad you invited me? Okay, so what kinds of steps can you as a jurisdiction take in order to help defray some of the costs? Unfortunately, there aren't many, but one of the steps you could take, and that you have taken, is to create what's called a side account. A side account is an extra deposit that you make to PERS that becomes a part of the fund, but it's like a satellite savings account that is held on behalf of Deschutes County. And it's invested with the rest of the PERS fund and earns actual PERS returns. Unlike sending extra money to, say, your Visa, where you have a credit that's applied immediately, what PERS does is creates a drawdown schedule, typically over 20 to 25 years, where they figure out what percentage of your payroll you can draw down every year to end up at zero in the year of the expiration. And that percentage drawdown is offered to you as a credit to your overall PERS base rate. So you created your first side account in 2002, and then again in 2004. And then there was a later one, I believe in 2020. I have the details in a couple of slides. And as a consequence, the draws from that account are lowering your rate that you would otherwise pay. You have the choice of either using cash, which you did on your last side account creation, or bonds. In other words, you can borrow to fund a side account, and the county has done that as well. There are differential trade-offs between doing each that I'll talk about momentarily. But if you're able to use cash, if you have cash, there is a state program called the Employer Incentive Fund that historically has provided a match with some limits of up to 25% of the amount you deposit. That fund had been dormant for a while. They funded it in 2019 and they ran out of money, but they are expecting to run a new application cycle this spring and summer that will have about $40 million in there. So it's not a ton of money. But if you have some available resources, it may be something worth considering, because getting a 25% match is pretty attractive. It is a first come, first serve application cycle. So be aware there will be competition. More than 150 Oregon jurisdictions have side accounts, and largely because the EIF is a new creation dating only back to 2019, but also reflective of the fact that many jurisdictions do not have excess cash to send to PERS. And PS, once you send it to PERS, unlike creating a PERS reserve in your own shop, you can't get that money back. So there is trade-offs there as well. But most jurisdictions that have side accounts have used borrowed money to fund it. Talking briefly about pension bonds, the concept there.
Hey, could I just ask
Yeah.
a question before we move on? I'm curious. So we have utilized side accounts.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to understand kind of what kind of returns we're getting on those side accounts compared to, uh, if we had kept the funds in some other kind of reserve or reserve account, and also compared to this 6.9%, kind of assumed return for PERS. I mean, this sort of gets to Commissioner Dare's earlier questions about like, would we have been better off doing something else with our money? How have we been doing with those side accounts?
So let's talk about your specific situation, which is slide 13.
Oh, sorry. If we're gonna get to it, we can wait.
No, I think now is timely. So truth be told, I have not analyzed how you have done. And your situation as a local government rather than a school district is pretty hard to tease out for a variety of complicated reasons. However, let's just talk about what you've done, and then I can give you some sense about how you're doing. So you funded 3 additional funds that were sent to PERS. Okay, bear with me. Your situation, as I said, is a little complicated. You borrowed twice. You borrowed in 2002. You borrowed about $5.5 million. And see how I can describe this easily. You are a member of an actuarial pool known as the State and Local Government Rate Pool. That includes all state agency employees, all community colleges, and most local governments are in an actuarial pool where, just like any insurance pool, the idea is to diversify the portfolio of employees so that it reduces the volatility in the rates you pay. This pool was created, I believe, in 2003. Actually, it might have been earlier than that. When each jurisdiction joined the pool, previously you had been an independently valued entity. Each entity had a different positive, negative in terms of their actuarial liabilities and assets. So what PERS and Milliman did was to assign those jurisdictions with a better funded status than the pool itself a transition surplus where they got an additional credit because their funded status was better than everybody else who was joining the pool, and they wanted to level the playing field. For those in a weaker position, including the county way back when you joined the pool, they assigned a transition liability where they gave you a higher rate temporarily to pay back your higher shortfall than the pool itself. This was an effort to level the playing field and bring everybody in the pool to the same place. Hopefully that makes sense. PERS had a rule back in 2002, the first time you borrowed, that said any borrowing first has to go to pay off a transition liability before you can fund a side account. So that's where this money went. And that's why when you look at your valuation report, you do not see a side account dating from 2002. So we can't track that at all. That went to pay off that debt. I can tell you that when you paid off the debt, the assumed rate back in 2002 was 8%. And by paying off that debt, you essentially were granted an 8% return for the entire life of that transition liability. So that's actually a pretty healthy return relative to the cost of your borrowing. So I can tell you for sure that you saved money by doing that because you borrowed at roughly 5.5%. And you earned 8% by paying it off.
So
Okay,
Carol,
but yeah,
it's Commissioner Adair. So on your schedule, it says in 22 that our side account number 2 was 17 million, blah, blah, blah. And then in December 31st of 23, it dropped down $937,000. Why would it have decreased? That's side account number 2. That was pure
Yes,
cash
right
that we
here.
put in.
That's according to plan. The idea is that the side account doesn't just sit there, it's drawn down every year to provide that credit. So your payroll rate is reduced because you're paying a certain rate and the rest of the amount owed is coming from the side account. But the other reason it went down is that PERS investments underperformed. So the side account is invested. But over the course of the past year or so, it has performed at a lower rate of return than what the assumption was.
And
Okay,
the
make
side
sense?
account- And the side account rate and the PERS rate are the same because they're invested in the same pool, correct?
The side account investment rate, yeah, just to be
Yeah,
clear
investment.
which rate we're talking about, yes.
And Carol, this is Robert. I don't know if you're going to mention for the current by upcoming biennium, our side account credit for that one is 2%. So our PERS rates are reduced by 2%. I don't know if you're going to get into that. So I hope I'm not jumping in here. It did decrease our rates by 2%, which equates to about $2.5 million savings in this 1 year alone. So if you extrapolate that over, say the last 5 years, that is a savings. Although the rates would be different each year, but that would be a savings of about $15 million you could project into that. But this year alone, it's 2% for the upcoming biennium in our rate, the 2% credit for this fiscal year 26 upcoming rate.
Thank you.
Let me share an anecdote that is much easier to explain. Your school district, Ben Lapine and Redmond, both sold pension bonds around the same time you did. Their situation is much simpler because school districts have always been in a pool. So any borrowings they did went immediately into a side account. And since they've made that deposit, they have gotten annual reports showing how much they saved. Both of them have saved millions of dollars. And while tracking your situation is much harder, you can take away that since they made their deposits around the same time you did, that if they've saved money, you have as well. So we could do a little bit of digging, particularly around the 2004, because since that money went into a side account, it's immediately trackable. You could also take a look at the cash deposit and see how it's done relatively. That's a little harder because then you would have to track mentally what that cash might have earned had you held on to it. Whereas with a bond, what you compare is, what did the bonds cost me? What's my principal and interest payment versus what's the dollar amount of the rate credit I got? So we could talk to Robert about ways you could kind of get a sense of this, but it's going to be much vaguer than the school district example or Central Oregon Community College, same situation, went straight into a side account. And I'd be happy to share their analyses if that gives you comfort.
Oh, by the way,
But-
you have 15 minutes left and you did start
Yes.
with an extra 9. So
It's, and just a comment, I mean, you could do a net present value analysis, but the problem is the future from this fund is so obscured. I don't know that you'd actually get a decent analysis from your NPV. And even
Well-
if you do a historical NPV, I don't know that you can actually discover whether you're really making money or losing money.
Again, you can, when it's easy to track what happened to the money. Your problem is the 2002 is kind of this black box that we cannot track. But again, I am happy to share with Robert what we've done for some of your local jurisdictions to give you a sense of how it has gone. All of the jurisdictions that borrowed money that we've analyzed over the period 2002 to 2005 have saved healthy amounts. The only jurisdictions that have lost money, and this is where the risk of a bond comes into play, were those who borrowed perfect storm the fall of 2007. There were 7 jurisdictions that borrowed in 2007. And then immediately, within 3 months, had lost a third of their value. That's a cautionary tale in what can happen, but everybody else has done quite well through the bonding program. So I am mindful of, I wasn't sure, somebody said I might have 15 minutes. My clock is saying I'm already at 43. I
No,
can,
we started early for you, Carol, so I gave you that extra time.
oh, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
'cause we have a
Um,
lot of questions.
Okay, well, should I pause here and get to questions, or would you
ahead.
like me to finish?
Keep going.
Keep going.
Okay. Just want to go back then, since I do have the time, and talk a little bit about the bonding program, because a lot of people have said to me, okay, well, the bonds were successful before, should we do them again? So just a little background, from 99 to 2022, over 150 jurisdictions borrowed money, including the county, including your school districts, sisters as well, borrowed, including the state. So lots and lots of jurisdictions, over $6 billion in borrowing. And the idea is that you borrow at hopefully a low interest rate, send the money to PERS, and PERS earns more than your cost of funds. If that happens, then the arbitrage, if you will, helps bring down the overall cost of your pension bonds. But obviously, unlike any other bond issue you might do for capital projects, there ain't no guarantee. This is absolutely a bet, particularly since under federal tax law, unlike for borrowings you might do for facilities, you cannot borrow on a tax exempt basis. You have to borrow on a taxable basis. And while I sleep better at night knowing, because we were involved in nearly all of these bonding programs, I sleep better at night knowing that nearly all of my clients have saved money. What keeps me humble about this is that I did work with 6 jurisdictions who in 2007 lost their shorts the following year and are still not ahead. So is this a good idea? Well, maybe. The average PERS return between 1970 and 2022, which takes into account 2008, was over 10%. But current borrowing rates, my opinion, are higher than where I think I would be comfortable. I will note they are lower than where you borrowed at back in 2002 and 2004. But at that time, the expectation of earnings was higher. Also, on the earnings side, PERS has had a couple of rough years. So do I think the timing is right now? I learned a long time ago never to make recommendations about whether you should do a borrowing, but I would not do a borrowing right now. A year from now, there is suggestions that interest rates are trending lower. I would sure like to see a 4 handle here, maybe not 4%, but certainly I would want to see a borrowing rate no higher than 4.5. So I can talk a blue streak about this, but I'm moving on because I did want to alert you, particularly from a budget standpoint, that PERS is planning on making some changes about the way they implement the expiration of your 2004 side account. That is going to cause some potential cash flow issues. So remember, you sent additional funds to PERS 3 times. The first one went directly into the PERS fund, no side account. The second one, the 2004 one, went into a side account that was scheduled to have a drawdown cycle that ended in December of 2027. The third one was deposited in 2020, and it has another 15-ish years to go. The changes, therefore, only affect the 2004 side account. The way they had set it up was to have drawdowns happen until December of 2027. That's in the first 6 months of the 27-29 biennium. So the biennium after the next one. One thing PERS realized a year or so ago was, oh my God, that's the first 6 months of a biennium. And if we allowed this to go forward the same way we have done it before, we're going to have to raise rates for a year and a half after the biennium starts. They don't like doing that. They like having a fixed rate for the course of the biennium. Why they didn't think about that before they set the final expiration in the middle of a biennium, I don't know. But that's the way they set it up. The second thing that is prompting this change is they began to realize that because of the inflexibility of their own rate setting system, where they set rates for a 2-year period, a year and a half after the period that's dictating, that you might be depleting your side account in the 25-27 biennium faster than their assumptions, and they won't even know about it until after the planned expiration date. So their real concern that, based on our analyses of certain jurisdictions, is a legitimate concern, is that because rates of return have been underperforming and because payroll has been growing way, way faster than what they've assumed, that you could well run out of money long before December of 2027. And they don't want to be in a situation where they only realize that after the fact, have overdrawn a theoretical side account and have to come back to you for more money. So they have set a different approach where they are going to take the fund and set aside some money such that the 27-29 biennium is going to have your side account, whatever is remaining, applied in a sporadic way. And I'm realizing that I just went on a blue streak about changes, and Robert and I had agreed that this was too much information for this particular meeting. So I'm not going to go into the details, but the preview of what's coming is that in the 27-29 biennium, your side account credit is not going to be as big as you're used to because it is expiring. And that could you will get much more information about this in the next year. That could create yet another cash flow issue where creating and building and increasing a PERS reserve may be something you will thank your prior self for creating now. Okay, so let's talk about your situation. The 2023 valuation is what just came out. It's what will set rates for the 25-27 biennium. And as I showed in the very first set of graphs, the UAL grew by $1.3 billion from 2022. It actually grew by $9 billion from 2021. And the funded status declined to 72%, where the goal is to be at 100. So we're going the wrong direction. Deschutes County share of the unfunded liability is $4.1 million. It would be higher if you hadn't sent in your money a couple of years ago. That side account is reducing your share of the unfunded liability. On average, payroll rates are going up for the SLGRP by 1.1%. If you don't have a side account, those with a side account are actually seeing bigger increases because your payroll has been growing so fast. And in the county, it's even more dramatic where your tier 1, tier 2 are going up by 3.7, OPSERP general service going up by nearly 4.5, and police and fire are going up by over 5%. And again, the key reasons are poor returns and significant increases in payroll. The county grew by more than 10.5% in 2023 when the assumption was 5.4. And not only does that lead to a higher cost estimate for your final average salary, but it also meant that your side account was drawn down much more quickly because the credit you were assigned assumed that your payroll would only grow by 5.4%, but was then applied to your actual payroll to calculate what the draw was, which meant that your side account was drawn down substantially more quickly, and your balance is smaller. That's why your tier 1, tier 2 OPSERP and OPSERP PNF rates are going up more quickly. One other thing to be mindful of is that the legislature has the ability to change benefits. And in some cases, changes benefits in a very quick way without much input that I would say is worth paying attention to. Specifically, in the 2024 legislative session, which is a short session supposed to be focused mostly on technical fixes and budget adjustments and so forth, they actually increased benefits for OPSERP police and fire. So that's one of the reasons your OPSERP PNF rate is going up so much more. They also made the police and fire more generous benefit available to an expanded group of employees, including district attorneys and forensic scientists. And then they created a brand new position, a brand new category called hazardous positions that is designed to give more generous than general service, slightly less benefit than generous than police and fire, benefits to a brand new group of folks, including employees who work at the state hospital and 911 telecommunicators, which I believe includes the county. This is something that did not, in my opinion, get as public an airing as it probably should have. There has also been a proposal recently prompted to increase costs for the healthcare subsidies that PERS offers that they are talking about bringing to the 2025 session. This is a long way of saying paying attention to what the legislature proposes and enters into on the pension front is well worthy of your representatives' time and attention, because these may well be costly ads for the county. Okay,
Oh,
key
you're now over
takeaways.
minutes,
Sorry?
10:18. So, yes. Do we want to keep going?
Or-
Just one more slide.
No, well, there's these valuation charts.
I think those
I'm
are
gonna
just
end
informational.
here.
So Carol, if you could just have your closing comments, and then Commissioner Dare, if you'd like to, if you give time, if there are any closing questions. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay,
I'm gonna end here. Investment earnings matter a ton. Any steps to defer making payments only make the system more expensive, and payroll growth matters more than I think most people realized. With that, my main advice to you is, to the extent you have the flexibility to build a pension reserve, cost increases are coming and you will thank yourself later. So I'm going to stop sharing here, other than to say everybody needs to take a deep breath. My contact information is available at the end. Robert knows where to find me. So if you have questions that don't get answered today, I'm happy to try and.
okay. Are there questions in the room?
I can't recall. I'd love to be reminded what are we doing in terms of building reserves at this point? Are we doing anything, or?
We currently are not collecting anything to build that reserve. We have about 4 million in the PERS reserve fund currently, but we're not collecting additional funds at this time.
And we're not proposing in the current but the upcoming budget year to use that reserve. To Carol's point, we are maintaining that reserve so that when we do see that increase, if we need to draw upon it at that time, we can lower the rates internally by offsetting it with that reserve. So for the upcoming year, we're not projecting to use that reserve we do have.
And I just looked it up. Thank you to the HR staff. I've saved the county, I think it's 144,000 through this year with 6 years of working here. So that's all, and it sounds like we needed to save a couple million. So anyway, yes. So Carol, thank you. Thank you for your presentation today. We'll take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll be back. So it's right now 10:26. Please be back in your seat.
You're welcome.
Okay, so thank you everyone for coming back so promptly. We now have our finance update. Cam Sparks, Budget Manager.
Okay,
Did we want to talk about that?
you want to wait for Judy to come back?
We want to talk about that per side account?
We should, I mean, I could repeat my question. So what has the fact that we, a couple years ago in 2020, put aside what, 13.25 million, it was matched a quarter, made it up to 16 million by the state, and we actually used cash for that. We didn't borrow it, we used cash. So would we have been better off to have borrowed that last time? Would we have gotten a really fabulous low interest rate? What is, when you look back at that decision, were we better off?
Yeah, that's actually a loaded question, with
Right.
a lot more, that would take a lot more detailed analysis to answer. But in general, if you look at our balance of December 31st, 2023, it's $16.7 million. So still higher than what our initial investment was. And we have been drawing down on those funds every year. As Ms. Samuels mentioned, how each year it's allocated across that 20-year period. So we do draw it down each year. And with our higher costs, which drew it down quicker, a little more quickly. So we're actually, I would say, in a good position of where we're at. We still have more funds in that reserve or in that side account than we initially invested. So we've been doing a lot better, and we've also been drawing down upon it these about 5 years already as well. So it's been very positive for us.
We drew down like over 900,000, 937,000, but we're also drawing down from the other side account. So, together.
Correct. Yep. And that would have and that's over a different period. Obviously, that started in 2004. So that one's actually almost at the end of its life as well. So
Right,
that'll
'cause
be
he said in
falling off.
27, that one will be done.
Mhm.
So will we have it down to zero then?
So what happens is we get a credit on our reserve. So when they calculate our rates, our PERS rates, we actually get a credit because of these two side accounts. So that credit will go away. And that credit is recalculated every year. So our PERS rates will go up. We're anticipating our PERS rates will go up because we won't have that credit any longer.
So is that side account money earning anything while it's in the side account? Or is the benefit primarily just when you get to?
One of the primary benefits is right away with the side accounts when they initiated the 25% match. So that's a 25% return right there. The amounts in side accounts do earn a rate of return based on the market. However, as Carol mentioned, they could also lose investment earnings at that same time. So it does depend on what the market's doing. As she mentioned, over the period from 1970 to 2022, the rate has been 10% of returns. We know some years have been higher and some years have been lower during that period, but overall it's been a 10% return. So that is a positive. And we know some years recent years, there have been some more, losses and not necessarily earnings. So it just depends on the year. But overall, with that trend, it's been positive returns.
I mean, I think the comment that you made to me, Robert, is that the PERS rate is generally a little better than the county can get through LGIP or some of the other investments that you can do. Again, there's more risk that's involved in that. But the other opportunity that you have is, to some degree, it's out of your hands. And so it can't be spent elsewhere in the county. You're actually dedicating it to the PERS rate.
That is correct. Yeah, we have much more conservative investment options here. So our rate of return is much lower than what the state PERS system could achieve. Thank you.
It's so the side account, I mean, it's with PERS. Are they basically investing it the same way that they're investing?
That is correct.
You said, yeah.
Yes, it's part of the pool.
Even though the assumed rate is only 6.9% right now. We might have been getting better than that, or we're getting whatever PERS has been getting.
The investment return, yeah, we've been getting whatever the PERS has been getting.
And we got the 25%
Match.
So this question I'm gonna ask Carol, but it doesn't make sense to me. If that account, the side account was only $7 million to begin with in 2004, and we actually drew down this year, 736,000, getting it to zero, there must have been years then we weren't drawing that much down out of that account at all.
And that's a result of when you have years of higher earnings, you don't need to draw it down because it's built it up. And if your payroll growth hasn't been as high as the assumed payroll growth, if your payroll growth is lower during those years where they amortize it, then you gain extra, because you're not drawing it down as quickly as what they assume.
But then it also got infected by 2008 when the whole value went down.
That would be correct.
So,
Yes.
interesting. Thank you. So,
Okay. If we're ready to move on, I have a presentation. It will review several different finance related items. I'll just wait for the presentation to come up on the screen. Before we have that on the screen, I'll just walk through the items that we will discuss. So the first three things I'm going to talk about is just give an update on property taxes, the health benefits fund, and a very short PERS update because we did get a lot of PERS information from Carol. But these three items are, big factors that go into our budget. And so the fluctuations in these assumptions, make a big difference in what our budget looks like. So I want to discuss those. And then we will talk about what we're assuming for the fiscal year 26 budget. We'll take a look at the general fund long range forecast. And then we're going to get into the budget initiative that Nick spoke to for fiscal year 26. I'll walk through a limited growth forecast for the general fund. And then we'll get into transient room tax forecast, a capital reserve forecast, and then an FTE update. I have the budget calendar and budget committee review scheduled for after lunch, depending on how quickly or not quickly this goes. We might be able to do those before lunch. There's some slides that I probably won't spend a lot of time on, but if anyone has any questions, just feel free to jump in. Okay, so property taxes. So this is a table that just represents the county's all of the tax levies. All of the districts are at the maximum authorized rate. The only district that is not is 911. In our preliminary modeling for fiscal year 26 and beyond shows that we probably need to increase the 911 rate, maybe not to the full levy, but some sort of increase in about 3 years.
Question, just maybe this is for us as a group. So having the PERS rates go to police and fire, that's what we just learned, right? So that's kind of an legislative change in the environment of those employees. So I would lean into that. And with what we just heard, maybe we need to analyze it for that. What does that add to it? As I say, it's a legislative choice. It wasn't even in our world, but raising the rates because of that may be a trigger, maybe a reason.
Yes, yeah, for sure. Okay, moving on to assessed value. So if we look at assessed value since 2015, it's about a 5.5% year over year average growth rate. We budgeted 5.2% in fiscal year 25. However, it actually came in at 4.64%. And the actual variance is about 4.8%, but the way that we budget calculates the assessed value growth is it excludes the urban renewal excess. And so if you look at that difference, looking back at fiscal year 24, it's a 4.664% increase. So the difference between budgeted and projected property taxes is a decrease of about $745,000. That's the general fund, sheriff's office, and 911 in total. So our property tax revenue is coming in lower than what we originally anticipated and budgeted for. And the variance is due to large decreases in assessed value for about 4 properties. Definitely not the expert. Scott knows a lot more about this, but had we known about these decreases, we wouldn't have estimated 5.2%. We probably would have estimated more along the lines of 4.7 to 4.9. However, the way Oregon's property tax system is structured, there's just really very little ability to identify those changes in advance. But that is the main driver for why it came in lower than what we had originally and what Scott had originally modeled.
Another commentary note, urban growth expansion, City of Bend, City of Redmond, City of Lapine is going to build infill. They just finished water and sewer project there. So the majority of future growth is probably going to be the urban development. We just had a rural lands housing analysis report. In fact, it's really interesting looking at the maps even. So rural is not going to be the place where it really grows as much as the urban expansions. And it feels like we was in a quiet period, City of Bend, urban growth expansion, building out facilities, putting in some roads. You can see there's a lot of construction kind of right on the edge right now. So it'll be interesting to see what happens and say that's where the growth will happen. But once inflation, interest rates, cost of construction, and the market starts going, there's going to still be another big step in there somewhere. I don't know that we're going to see it many times, but there's just a future revenue growth opportunity that's out there. Just an observation.
I'm guessing the substantial assessed value growth we've seen in the last 3-4 years is mostly development inside cities.
Yep, that's the
Already.
conclusion I'm saying. Yep.
Mhm.
It's got, yeah. So I mean, if we've sort of leveled off or flattened out a little bit this year, I'm guessing that's actually because we didn't have as much construction inside the cities or outside the cities. So, but yeah, there's definitely possibilities that things will pick up. Depending on the mortgage rate environment and other things. But I wasn't totally tracking with whether you thought there was going to be a faster than historic growth because of what you're seeing on the edges of the cities right now, or
this is just as I say, information, just as one policymaker just sharing information. We're still growing, I guess, is the key. Some places aren't. So that's really interesting. And as I say, it feels like there's a potential for not big growth, but growth still in Central Oregon and Deschutes County and the urban areas for sure. So, the big philosophy I see is, the next 6 years, there's probably we're going to build into ourselves in a big phase here, but kind of the national and international ITR economics message was there'll be a recession or depression big time in the early 2030s, so 8 or 10 years from now. But so I was just sharing kind of my worldview on that.
Will project like the 710 property impact this at all, or is that already in there? It's not in there.
It's actually still on appeal.
Oh, okay.
I mean, when.
But if it goes through, will
when that goes through, then it will show up in the assessed valuation.
Yeah, the constructed environment in each house that comes online for $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000. That's where the value comes in right there, and that's had not happened. Yeah.
But to be clear, your opportunity is 0.5%, 0.75%. It's not and there's variability in that. I mean, it's 4.6 is a lot better than 3.5 that some of the more rural districts are getting. But you can recognize that, even if you look at the tracking lines for the unincorporated versus the countywide, you can see that the growth is there, but it's not a huge number in comparison to the actual market value. The good news is your market value is so high that even if there is a downside, your assessed values probably won't tail off all that much as a result.
And in the recession, the Lapine Park and Recreation District, which we've all heard about recently, their second year after their first permanent rate went down a little bit. I mean, we saw it in the recession. It was brand new rate. It was the rural area. And it started here, went down a little bit, and then it's gone up ever since. But we have seen rates go down in the past in Deschutes County. That was amazing to see.
And while, the historical average has been 5.5% since 2015, you'll see in later slides that the assumptions we're making going forward, we're really rationing that back down, just within conversations with Scott and just to be more conservative, in our approach and our long-term forecast.
Real quick.
Sure. Please,
You come in.
please identify yourself at the record.
Okay.
Scott Langton, County Assessor.
Yeah, what four properties? Yeah,
uh,
what four properties went down like that?
Oh, well,
Or why?
remember last year when you guys were talking, we had this big bump and we came in higher than what finance had anticipated, and that was crowdsource. They added 150 million worth of servers. Well, those are depreciating assets.
Mhm.
So unless they added additional servers, we depreciated that about 27 million this year. And it'll go down again next year.
That's capital opposed to a building that holds it.
Correct. And then you have state appraised industrial or utility properties like TDS Baja Bend Broadband. That model, now that we can go with Verizon and get our wireless internet, those businesses have fallen off substantially. There's a couple other ones in there that when it's based on the business value, the stocks values and whatnot have taken huge hits. That's appraised at the state level. We don't even get that information until late August.
Mhm.
And that's way too late for this process. But the one thing I wanted to say as far as assessed value growth in the future, when you look at those averages, we're still seeing, when you look at just real property permits, that has stayed fairly strong and consistent. And yes, most of it is in the incorporated areas based on Oregon land use laws. But with that, your base, as long as that market doesn't drop, roughly grows at 3% annually.
Mhm.
If your permits stay constant, though strong, if you're looking at percent growth, if you want to see that percent growth maintain that 5% or whatnot, you're going to have to see permits increase. So we're still seeing strong growth. It's just as that base grows, it takes a greater percentage of new construction to maintain that higher growth. So compared to most of jurisdictions in the state, we're actually very, very strong.
Mhm.
I mean, we could be adding, these aren't the numbers, but I mean, we could be adding $10 million a year of assessed value every year, and the percent would be shrinking.
Mm-hmm.
Correct, exactly. And actually, it's a little over $1 billion.
So we could be adding $1 billion
Yeah.
a year. We could
But-
still be adding $1 billion,
Zeros.
but our percentages would be declining, and it would feel like we're not doing as well, but we're still adding $1 billion of value a year.
My exact point. So yes.
And then Scott, while you're here, just to reiterate, in January, you'll get additional information. You'll be able to kind of reassess for the upcoming.
Yeah,
year.
we'll be looking at permitted activity and there's a lot of variables. And like I've stressed with, and I stress with any budget committee, any CFO, any administrator, these are tools that estimate, but the district really has to own that number because there's a lot of other variables that go into whatever you want to use for budgeting purposes. But yes, hopefully by the latter part of January, I'll have some preliminary numbers that I'm more than willing to go over with anybody.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, so I'll just touch on this quickly. This is just a graph to show our property tax collection amounts. So what we actually collect. It's been about a 6.9% increase year over year since 2019. And it's an increase of 3.7, or at least we're estimating for fiscal year 25. Another short slide on assessed value growth. So as I mentioned, the way we budget the assessed value growth, the actual increase was 4.64% versus the 5.2% that we budgeted. Our 10-year average has been 5.5%. And I'll talk a little bit later about what we're assuming going forward, but we try to be as conservative as possible with most of our assumptions, including the assessed value assumption, just because it is such a large component of the general fund especially. Okay, so now I'm going to get into an update on the health benefits fund. So as you know, this is a large portion of the personnel costs that go into our budget. And so any changes or increases to what we're charging departments, makes a big difference within their budgets. So this is just a slide to take a look at the claims history. And you can see that green line, just how sharp and exponentially it begins to grow around fiscal year 21. And prior to COVID, the county's strategy was to subsidize the premiums and to draw down our reserves because they were much higher than we really needed, which was the 8 million target. However, once we hit fiscal year 21 and we had all of this pent up demand from COVID and medical inflation, our claims costs rose significantly, really drawing down that fund balance further than we anticipated. So if the 3-year average from fiscal year 22 to 24, the increase in the claims was about 13%. So you can see in fiscal year 24 where our reserve level has come way down from where we were. However, we are anticipating that we will be close to the 8 million target by the end of fiscal year 25. And I'll have another slide with that forecast. So this is just to show the history of the health insurance rates being charged to both departments and employees. More recently, department rates, we increased 30% in fiscal year 24 and another 30% in fiscal year 25. This was in response to those claims costs increasing so significantly. In order to cover those costs, we had to have pretty significant increases to the departments. The last increase to employees, employee only went from 90 to 95, which was about a 6% increase. And then employee plus a dependents increased about 29%. And that went into effect on January 1st in 2024. So this is a look at the Health Benefits Fund forecast. So as I mentioned, in order to stabilize the fund and bring the estimated ending fund balance close to that target of 8 million by fiscal year or end of fiscal year 25, and also to hopefully allow for minimal increases in fiscal year 26 through fiscal year 29, we increased the department rates by 30% in fiscal year 24 and 25. We also implemented the board approved EBAC's recommendation, which was plan design changes that saves the fund about $1.4 million a year, in addition to $800,000 in prescription rebates. These are just estimated numbers, but with these two things, the forecast is showing that we will be able to achieve that $8 million fund balance or very close to it at the end of fiscal year 25, and then have minimal increases going forward and still be able to maintain that 8 million or more balance in the fund. The other thing that really helped the fund is even though we knew that our beginning working capital was going to come in lower than we budgeted for fiscal year 25, the end result is it actually came in 800,000 higher than we were estimating. So it came in lower, but not as low as we thought it would. So that helped. And then also we've been meeting pretty consistently with our consultants, health benefits consultants, and they have indicated that expenditure growth will start to stabilize. And so, plugging those assumptions into the model, we do see that the model, the forecast is improving from where it had been before.
You've mentioned it. What's the reserve at now? I know it's supposed to be at 8 million, but what?
Yeah. So currently, I believe the last financial report it was at actuals was about 6 or 7 million. Is that right, Robert? Robert's going to check.
Can you say you expected expenditure growth to level off? I mean, this chart, if that's that black line, right? I mean, it does.
Right. So it's still, expenditures are still growing, but not at the rate they had been. So currently, we're modeling expenditure growth between fiscal year 24 and 25 between 12 and 18%. But going forward, the consultants have indicated it's going to come back down to more around an 8 to 9% range. So still growing, but just not at that exponential rate that it had been growing.
Like to me that like 2020, right? They stopped doing surgeries, right? For a long
Right.
period of time.
8,000 stopped procedures.
Then that might be why, and then
No, this is a national problem. And just talking to someone with a private insurance, his rates went up 29% for the private fund for his annual insurance. So yes, his employees are paying more, but it was 29% for this last year. And you can see that you try and make an appointment, and you try and get a doctor, and you're really impacted. You can't even hardly make those appointments. I made an appointment for one of my doctors. It's going to be next December before they would see me for something that I missed this year. So yeah, no, it's the industry itself is truly in flux.
And I think that HR also reported back that, they basically shared just a few very, very large claims coming in the last couple of years as well. So, I mean, that's, I don't think that was predictable.
Even a reduced rate of 8% is not good news. 8% is still a pretty steep climb.
Yeah. And just an additional item to what Kim had mentioned, also in the forecast, she built in higher claims costs in the out years than what we have traditionally projected going forward. So that is also built into our model. So actually, which I'll be presenting to the board in just a week or so, the November financials for the Health Benefits Fund, the actual ending fund balance as of November 30th is actually 8.7 million. So it's above the target currently. However, we know we still have a lot of year left in front of us, 7 more months, 6 more months, 7 months. So we're still projecting at 7.9 million by the end of the year based on current trend data. So actuals are over at 8.7. However, we still have a lot of year left.
But isn't the billing like 2 months behind or something? So those costs don't come in for a while?
It's delayed every 2 weeks. However, at the end of the year, we do continue to post billings back through September. So yes, for a couple months throughout the year, we do receive billings every 2 weeks that we pay, and it is delayed, yes, but mostly the biggest delay is at the end of the year.
I would also just,
Go ahead.
I would just add, Robert, that many of the plan changes that are recommended by EBAC and approved by the board will go into effect in January. So we should start to see the impacts of things like the formulary change and the other plan design changes, because we haven't quite started to realize the impact of those changes yet.
You're holding at 8 million is what you said. Your goal is to keep the fund at 8 million. Do you account for inflation at all? Looking forward in that?
Yeah, so that 8 million is made up of 2 different components. It's in our policy, but it's first is the claims reserve, which is set at 1.5 times the valuation amount. And then on top of that, the county adds a contingency reserve of 150% of the value of the claims reserve. So 3.2 million is claim reserve and 4.8 million is contingency requirements. So that 3.2 million, that's a number that we will revisit to make sure that we're looking at the valuation amount, the current evaluation amount, and making sure that it's that 1.5 times.
Okay, thank you.
And this is obviously a very dynamic model and fund, and it's something that we revisit frequently and check in just to make sure that if we need to make tweaks. Okay, if there's no more questions on this slide, I will move forward. Okay, so getting into PERS rates, and I won't spend a lot of time on this because we obviously got a lot of information from Carol at the beginning of the meeting. But just a reminder that our rates are on a biennial rate cycle. Our new rates are starting on July 1st, 2025. And the average increase for the county is about 4.6%. And these will be our rates for the next 2 years. And as Carol already mentioned, this is being driven by that lower than the 6.9% guaranteed rate, the increase in the number of the FTE added to the plan, and increase in wages.
Question. Is there some analysis around district attorney, deputy district attorneys and 911 going into the police and fire officer? I mean, I think that's what we just learned, is that's tangible.
Yeah, and so I'll have to speak with Carol. I'm not sure if that's already baked into the numbers that they provided in our PERS report. Because we do have separate rates for police and for 911, police and fire. And those did increase more than the OPSERP rates, but I'll have to confirm that that's all baked in.
Well, and just for our budgeting, I mean, that shifted things on us, and that was a legislative choice that I hadn't even thought about in the previous years. I heard about it coming, and I think we might have either taken a neutral position or said, maybe we don't want to do that. Exactly. But just some analysis on that, because that's a handful of positions in both of those departments.
So just to follow up to that, our latest PERS report that we got, the police and fire for the OPSERP group for the upcoming biennium is 26.94%. In the previous biennium, it was 21.79. So it did increase significantly for the police and fire for the OPSERP.
But how many deputy DAs were taken from general to that? How many 911 operators were taken from general to that? So that's what I'm thinking, just so we have that information.
Yeah, we can definitely dig into that. Okay, so just taking a look at these PERS increases, how is this going to impact us in fiscal year 26? We were initially modeling a 1.2% increase in PERS, and obviously it came in much higher at 4.66% on average. And so if you look at, or based on preliminary salary projections for fiscal year 26, this PERS increase adds about 6.5 million annually to personnel costs, which is countywide. And then out of that, 643,000 is for the general fund. One thing I did want to point out is these rates also include the 6% pickup and then that debt service rate of 1.47%. This is to pay for the debt service that Carol mentioned, the 2002 and 2004. And both of those actually mature in fiscal year 2028. So after fiscal year 2028, we will no longer have that portion of the PERS rate. Okay, so now I'm going to walk through some of the more major budget assumptions we're making for fiscal year 26. So around personnel, our preliminary COLA, we don't actually have the number yet. This is based on the average CPI increase from February 2024 through January 2025. So we won't have the final CPI number until mid-February. For preliminary modeling, we've been using 2.8%. This was the average from February through August. I've looked more recently, and I think it's dropped down to about 2.6%. If you factor in the CPI rate from September and October. And I believe the November one will be coming out next week, but it is trending down. And then health insurance premium increase. So as I mentioned, when we take a look at the long range forecast model, we are able to have minimal increases and still maintain the fund balance of at least $8 million. And so for now, we're assuming a 1% increase to departments for health premium rates. We will revisit this again as we get closer to putting together the actual personnel budget for fiscal year 26. But this is our preliminary estimate. And then I've already mentioned PERS, the average increase is 4.6%.
For health insurance premiums, I wouldn't mind seeing, $5 for employees being discussed. I know it's a policy choice and could be a lightning rod issue too, but I mean, you see that percentage a couple slides ago, and the $90 is the very top edge of a number that just escalated on us. So $5 or $10, let's please look at that just as a partnership. This is personal health that we're talking about. Each individual you know, it's, yeah, getting very expensive.
Go ahead.
On that, can I just ask? That is something that we specifically discuss with the EBAC each year, right? And so the discussion we just had with the EBAC, what time frame was that for?
You want me to answer? Okay. We had discussions with EBAC this fall, and that'll be reflected in our plan year that begins January 1st. So and that's wrapped up into the open enrollment period, which also occurs in the fall of each year. So future discussions, if we were to look at that cycle as it typically appears, would likely involve engaging the board in a discussion in the spring so that staff is prepared to engage with EBAC in the summer and the fall of this coming year.
And then those rates, any rate changes could take effect in January 26.
Correct. That would be the typical cycle based on when our open enrollment period occurs and also when the plan year renews.
So yeah, in a business like fashion, it'll be halfway through the fiscal year next year. But it's okay. Let's have these conversations. You know, this is the partnership of a pool of people providing service and this wonderful health plan that we have.
So just from an informational standpoint, the county went through a pretty extensive wage study, if I recall, in the last year. I don't see anything modeled in as a result of that. So there's no changes based on that study?
So that study is still in progress, and we don't have the results of that study. We have built in some contingencies within the general fund to account for potential increases, but we don't actually have the details around that study yet. And I'm not sure the latest on the timing.
Yeah, we're expecting spring of this year will be the conclusion of phase 1 of the project, and then we'll need to have discussions and discuss phase 2, which would be implementation. But that analysis work, which is phase 1, we're targeting spring of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Just, I also wanted to ask about that PERS anticipated increase. So it's higher than we were anticipating, and we have already kind of put out these limited growth expectations for all of our departments. I mean, is this PERS increase so much bigger than we anticipated that now we have to go back to the departments and say, you know, that limited growth scenario, it's actually even tighter than we had told you to prepare for.
Yeah, so the limited growth scenarios that I've run included that PERS increase because we received that information back in October. And I specifically waited until we had that information before running the model.
Well, and that's an example. We're talking about 3.3% growth, right? So we're still a growing county. It's just that these expenses are coming in even higher than that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As we saw, the PERS, even if it's 6.5 million, the general fund impact is only 1/10 of that.
Okay, I'll just touch on some other assumptions we're making. So as I mentioned, even though if you look back at our average AV growth since 2015 being about 5.5 for the general fund and the other funds that receive property taxes, we're assuming 4.7% going forward. And again, as Scott mentioned, he'll be, updating his model with more details in late January. And so we'll revisit this number in late January before we kick off the budget. Property tax collection rate, this is pretty consistent over the years. We'll use 96%. Interest earnings for fiscal year 26, we're assuming 3.6%. And then for TRT revenue, which I'll get into a little bit more detail later in the presentation, we're assuming that revenue will be flat from fiscal year 25 for fiscal year 26.
And that might be a little ambitious.
Yeah, and again, these are all preliminary assumptions that we will revisit as we get closer to the budget kickoff.
Question, did Fed borrowing rate go down yesterday, or is that happening about now? I don't know, I'm just wondering.
Next week.
Next week, yeah, okay, I was wondering.
And we'll revisit
Do
that
we expect
interest
it to go
rate
down?
as well, because our interest rates internally have increased a little bit more because we had some of the old really low interest rates fall off. And same with TRT as I present the financials coming up for November. I'll mention to the board as well, we're still seeing a decrease in it. So whether or not we maintain TRT at a flat assumption as it is now in the model, as Cam mentioned, we will revisit that as we get closer to actually budgeting for next year, as we see more history and actuals coming in for this year.
There's some discussion legislatively to expand the intent of these installments. If that.
Yeah, if there was more flexibility, given, I think it would also be worth us considering dialing up the rate.
Hasn't been done for a lot. When's the last time the rate was increased? 2000 and.
I think around 2014, I think was the last rate. Yeah.
And I mean, our overall TRT rate is lower than a lot of other counties.
I believe it's increased 3 times over, like, since 2003 or.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, the newest 1% was in 2014. Before that, it was 1988 for that additional 1%. So otherwise, the first 6% enacted in 1975 and then in 1980. One other additional comment regarding our county tax, it's only in the unincorporated areas. It's not a county-wide tax. Came from another county. Other counties have where it is a county-wide tax, even in the cities. So that's another option that the county has as well. Not that we're going that direction. I'm just mentioning that's another model that's out there.
Okay, so if we're ready to move on, we'll move into the general fund long-range forecast. So just as a reminder about the general fund and operations. So the general fund accounts for the financial operations of the county, which are primarily supported by property tax revenue. The general fund departments include a county assessor, county clerk, district attorney, tax, veteran services, and property management. Additionally, the general fund supports other county departments through transfers, and this includes health services, juvenile, adult parole and probation, victims assistance, and dog control. And then also just a reminder that we have a financial policy that requires the general fund to hold about 4 months worth of property taxes or 33% in contingency. And this is just to ensure that because we're not getting that property tax revenue until November, that we actually have the cash to pay our bills. The next slide is just to illustrate the major expenditures in the general fund. So you can kind of see the top four are the district attorney, the transfer that we make to community juvenile justice, the transfer to health services, and then the assessor's office. Okay, so when we take a look at the long range forecast model, so if we were just to continue on as we had and not make any corrections at our current expenditure growth rates, the county general fund will face a budget shortfall as early as fiscal year 27 without action. So expenditures will need to be limited in fiscal year 26 and going forward in order to achieve that structural balance and financial sustainability within the general fund. And as Nick mentioned, I think we're in a good position where we're planning for this ahead. We're not waiting until we were in a budget deficit situation. And so we have the opportunity to reset that expenditure growth curve. And while we will still need to find budget savings of about $2.5 million for the general fund, and it's another $624,000 for ISF funds. If you read the headlines of some other counties and cities, the positions that they're in, they're having significant budget shortfalls. So I think the fact that we are planning ahead is putting us in a good position to be able to achieve financial sustainability. So that's kind of a segue into the fiscal year 26 budget initiative. So as we know that it's not sustainable to continue the same level of expenditure growth in the general fund, we've kicked off a series of strategies to be able to tackle that. And so really, the cornerstone of the county's fiscal year 26 budget efforts are implementing a series of strategies to reset that expenditure growth curve and achieve financial sustainability. And so we're doing this through really two major things. So focused savings, where can we find savings just overall for the county or specifically for the general fund, and then limited expenditure growth. We'll also be using a modified budget process that draws on different elements of different types of budgeting, line item budgeting, zero-based budgeting, and priority-based budgeting. We've also convened a budget work group, and this consists of all the general fund department heads, departments that receive general fund transfers and ISF funds. And so we did this to just ensure a collaborative process throughout the fiscal year 26 budget development. Okay, so knowing that we would have to limit growth at some level, we ran several different iterations of a model to see, what is the percent at which we need to limit growth in order to reset that expenditure curve and achieve financial sustainability. And really the goal here was to achieve that structural balance and financial sustainability for at least 5 years, up to 10 years, but also balance that with the impact to core county services. And so the limited growth model that we are putting forth for fiscal year 26, I'll just walk through the assumptions. So as I already mentioned, we're assuming assessed value growth will be 4.7% in fiscal year 26 and beyond. Other revenue, just depending on the revenue type, we're assuming will grow anywhere from 1% to 5%. In terms of expenditures, the major expenditures in the general fund, we're limiting to 3.3%. So that's personnel and transfers out. We're limiting M&S to just a slightly lower percent at 3%. And then we are also, because ISFs are a component of the general fund, we are holding or limiting that growth to 8%. And so between the general fund and ISFs, we're decreasing expenditures by about 3% in both areas.
But that still pushes you beyond your revenue growth, right? I mean, or I guess it puts you about flat.
Well, the ISF fund is about 5% of the general fund budget, and it's not a one-for-one relationship. So every dollar that an ISF fund saves, it only saves the general fund 15 cents. And so even though it's growing at 8%, it's still a small portion of.
Well, I just meant overall. I mean, ISFs are one thing, and that's how the county's chosen to operate. I was just saying from the limited expenditure increases overall, you're at best flat to your revenue growth, it looks like.
So within the model, the blended rate of expenditure increase is about 3.6%, and the revenue is about 4.9%. When you incorporate all the different types of revenue, including the property taxes.
Okay.
And let's see. So other items that we are modeling, Nick mentioned this as well, and I have a slide coming up, but we've identified about $1 million of expenditures that have historically been in the general fund that we were able to reallocate to different funding sources. So that saves the general fund $1 million a year. We're assuming no transfers to the capital reserve fund, and we're also have told the departments that there will be no special requests for general fund or for ISF funds. A couple other things I wanted to point out that we've included in the model, and I mentioned this earlier. We do have about a $300,000 contingency built in, and that's to account for just unknowns. We have a couple of union contract negotiations coming up, as well as the wage study that we don't have the results of. So we just wanted to build in something to account for possible unknowns in the future. And then also we are including an additional 523,000 for ongoing expenditures related to expanding the courthouse. So to operate the additional expansion of the courthouse is about 523,000 starting in fiscal year 27. So that's included in the model as well.
You're saying 523,000 to run the courthouse,
The additional expansion,
Right.
yes,
and the state never, they don't pick up any of that.
I don't believe so.
Correct. And that's, there will be expanded need for facilities to clean and maintain that space. So that's a portion of that.
And that includes utilities and things like that as well.
Oh, but we're gonna have solar at the fairgrounds, so that's gonna save all that money over there, right?
Great.
No.
Okay, so I won't get into the details of all of these. These have been discussed and approved by the board, but these were items that admin and finance, we identified in the early fall of things that expenditures within the general fund that could be funded in a different way. And the board approved reallocating these items on last week on the 2nd. But again, it does save the general fund approximately $1 million a year. Okay, so this is a new graph to show that that this approach, this implementation framework, which includes a 3.3% limited growth target for fiscal year 26, a 4% limit in fiscal year 27, and then 5% thereafter, alongside the reallocation of the $1 million in the non-departmental expenditures, ensures financial sustainability over the next 9 years. So as you can see in the graph, the analysis shows that this approach will achieve structural balance in the general fund. You can see that the ending fund, general fund balance is at or above our contingency minimum and reserves requirement. And we've aligned the expenditure curve more closely with the revenue curve. And again, this is a forecast. Things will change. There are things that we don't know about yet. And so it's a dynamic model that we will continue to evaluate. And honestly, I think this will be a process that we will go through every year, at least in the short term, to evaluate how much can the general fund grow in this particular year.
You don't have a lot of levers to sympathetic to that, but you're still basically tap dancing on the edge of the cliff here. You don't, there's no fundamental structural change that you're doing. What you're doing is you're kind of patching the edges, trying to figure out how you can continue on the trajectory. It would be encouraging to see some thought coming on in terms of here's a shock to the system that we would have to do or want to do to try and go significantly right the ship on this. Otherwise, yeah, it's okay. Well, I can shave the money here this year. I can shave the money here, there next year, but you're fundamentally running two parallel intersecting lines, and you're just trying to figure out how to push the issue a year rather than trying to figure out how to significantly reset the issue for the next 10 to 15 years.
The same thing PERS did. That's why they're in the mess they're in.
Right.
You said it, I didn't, but you said it very eloquently.
Well, one of the big picture items is, as I say, I mean, this is the topic for us to wrestle with. Living within your means. We have all these assumptions. We're going to build our budget around it. We're going to move forward. Government is a permanent, public corporation providing these services. So I agree that there's discussions all around this. My point would be that the capital reserve fund is the big change here. We've been able to build facilities, maintain facilities without going back to the voters or needing this big injection of cash from somewhere, which generally be a general obligation bond. And that's gone. And I think we talked about that last year. It just slipped away from us. But that was just a golden spot to be in for many years, being able to build facilities, do full faith and credit bonding for things that were a little bit bigger, like the jail expansion, now the courthouse with partnership with the state. But that's just slipping right away from us. So that's the other side of that.
and I mean, I recall that conversation. The other conversation that I'll recall was the community development discussion last year where they admitted that the revenue wasn't there and they had to make some very painful personnel decisions in order to completely reset the way that the department runs. My observation is there's probably going to be more of those, and some of which will be involving the general fund, but those will then impact potentially in terms of your growth or your opportunities around the general fund itself.
Well, and then just acknowledging that, making the choice to not subsidize the hearings officer fees and behavioral health or public health and the restaurant inspections with general fund transfers. I mean, that's inflation that's going to be plugged in on the ground for restaurant operators and people getting permits. So there's cause and effect for some of these choices right now.
It's cause and effect, and again, those are levers that you can move that are, effectively it all goes back to the taxpayer in some way, shape, or form. You have the ability to do that. And again, you're kind of dancing around. There will be a need to go back to the taxpayers to go do significant things like building projects or other things. It's I don't know how the taxpayers are going to appreciate it more. Do I pay hidden fees in terms of increased restaurant costs or other things like that? Sorry, Judy. Or am I voting to make a decision? It's obviously going to be a mix of both, but I think it just, representing the taxpayers, I think it just needs to be very clear to us as to what the county's trying to do, obviously, versus what the county's trying to do semi-secretly.
I mean, I very much appreciate your line of thought and, kind of using the community development department as an example, but there's a substantial reset that was needed there, which community development is very dynamic. It goes up and down,
right?
Over the decade. But if we're talking about how we're going to accomplish that for the general fund funded departments, the top four are district attorney's office, juvenile justice, health services, primarily public health, and the assessor's office. So, I don't see it. But, and maybe I have limited imagination and creativity, but I don't see how we do a dramatic. I mean, there's going to be people who need to be prosecuted.
Right.
There's going to be kids who need to be diverted from a life of crime. We need to take care of the public health so it doesn't cost us more later. And the assessor's office is foundational to, being able to collect property tax revenue. And I mean, within these departments, you see things that, like when I first arrived in office, Scott told me the story of how he had held FTE flat for years and, for a huge chunk of years, even as, development activity mushroomed,
right,
by putting tablets in people's hands, just improving improving their labor productivity. So they're doing things, but, so at the same time that I hear you that we need to think about, what the big play is for these general fund funded departments. These are the four that we would need to talk about. And besides incremental kind of holding the line on FTE increases and, improving labor productivity, like just tinkering around the edges a little bit. I don't necessarily see how we do that.
Well, and it's complicated, right? You mentioned the four, and when I was looking at it, I was like, well, 2 of the 4 of those are purely general fund operations. 2 of them are not general fund operations, although health services, again, that's the public health side of things, and that is a lot more general fund necessary.
Yeah.
But you talk about passing fees on or making some changes or trying to find other ways to fund it. You have to or you have to prioritize the biggest issues. At some point or another, though, you need to recognize that, okay, I do have to prioritize the biggest issues, and I do need to continue to encourage them to find more with less. Just understanding that at some point or another, it might require something drastic, and to say the county has to do something differently. Making sure, and all of that's going to be painful, and it's effectively biting the hand that feeds you in most if not all of those cases. But it's just like, I'm just anticipating at some point or another, it's going to come out that, well, we were planning on 3.3, but it's actually closer to 5, and our growth, while we were assuming 5, ended up at 4.6, and now we have crossed that line and we don't have any choice but to cut. The better opportunity is to at least explore the options of where you would cut before you have to.
And I'm looking at the schedule and, okay, so Deschutes County is the third largest employer in our county, Deschutes County. And I see the numbers from the feds every month, and guess what's always growing? It's government. You see it, it's 40,000 this month, it's 33,000 last month. But people out there that are struggling right now to pay their bills with inflation and everything, see us getting bigger and bigger. And honestly, Boeing just said that they're letting go, what is it, 15,000 or something employees. And it's not because of the strike, but it's because they need to get leaner and meaner. And have we always been number 3 in the county for employees? That's what I'm wondering. It seems like, we've gone up to 212,000 people in the county per the audit report, but does that really mean that we need 1,200 plus employees? I'm really wondering. And I do appreciate Daryl's comment, though, about the audit committee. The internal auditors actually do such fabulous work. At this point in time, that's not where we should be cutting. We need those people to look and see, how can we do things more efficiently? And that's what they do. They look, and they're always there looking to see, what is it we can be doing more efficiently? I really appreciate them. But have we been number 3 always, Nick, in the county?
We've either been number 3 or 4. It's been.
Okay, when were we number 4?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at all the budgets.
Okay, because I noticed,
Yeah.
St. Charles is number 1.
So this is Chrisanna Clark Endicott on the line, and I've really been enjoying the discussion. I raised my hand a bit ago, but I don't know if the
Sorry about that.
Sorry, but I just lowered it. But if I could have an opportunity to weigh in, I really appreciate that we are going to be looking at the zero-based budgeting. I think that is something that is very needed, and that we need to start looking at all of the things that have been discussed, in that we can no longer continue to grow government on the backs of our citizens. So we've got to look at where we can cut and provide the essential services that the county is supposed to provide, but not continue to provide extra, because it is at the detriment of our citizens to continue to expect that.
Thank you, Chrisanna.
Well, so just maybe you started off with being on the edge. What would a vision be? I mean, having some cash in the bank, knowing that we're living, 2 or 5% below our expenses. What would the vision be there?
Well, I mean, the first spot, and I think we talked about this in a prior meeting, I can't remember when, is occasionally just going to what I used to do when I ran planning in the private sector, is I would go to different organizations during different years, and I would say, okay, rather than 5% growth, what if I gave you a 10% cut? What are the options, and how would you go model that? Every once in a while, I would say, I want you to model a 50% cut, not because I ever intended to do that, but because I wanted to see what they actually thought was core to their organization. Sometimes I would do that, and they would tell me what they thought was core to the organization, and then I would go back to what the organization was supposed to do, and I would say, okay, these two things are not equal. Try again, and tell me how you're still fulfilling your mission. that's just an encouragement all the way around to always get the organizations in a mindset of, I might not be able to grow, and in fact, I might have to cut. Just so that they have options and contingency plans when that's required. Because when I look at this, whether it's next year, 5 years, 9 years, based on the modeling, the cuts will be required. I guess that's barring a significant or not a significant, barring a tax increase or basically a general or I don't know the right legal thing, basically raising county property taxes to collections, which is going to be done via a vote and may or may not be successful.
Raising fees on low-income businesses.
Well, yeah, so the management exercise of saying, what if 10%, what if 50%, and really getting deep into the analysis, because that would end up at a this table for the budget committee to look at. So yeah, thank you.
And I'd also just say, like, the budget committee isn't watching every day, every week, the way that the commissioners are. But
Right.
I mean, like, I went back and I looked at that chart again. I started thinking about, okay, health services, what's been going on? We have seen, the public health division eliminated reproductive health services. That's, a reduction of a handful of FTE and certain amount of cost, also cuts off a certain amount of revenue. But I mean, these decisions, they are being made every day, day to day, in an incremental fashion, if not in a dramatic focused, we're going to slash and burn today or this year. So I mean,
this is not a taxpayer represented encouragement to go take a chainsaw out of the county, but it is a request to start looking at more than a scalpel in terms of if the opportunity does come. And
that reduction of FTE for the reproductive health services, that may have been, it's over 5% of the public health division.
That was actually something. And again, I didn't see that decision get made, but I was aware of the fact that the decision did get made, and that's an example of what I think everybody should be doing inside the county. Taking a look at what the opportunities are rather than waiting to say, you're already one step over the cliff.
Right.
No one wants to be over the cliff, do they?
I guess I'd bring up that example.
Not unless you got one of those fun wingsuits on.
Yeah, I guess I'd just bring up that example, and I brought up the assessor, technology example, just to kind of emphasize that, it's not this very dramatic process, but every day, people are trying to make those decisions within these departments, and so the shakedown may not need to be as, it can be incremental as opposed to, an abrupt dramatic.
I used to have a boss who told me something to the effect of, I won't be able to get it exactly right, of I can make the choice for you, or you can tell me what choices you've made. You'd probably prefer the latter.
So, Cam, I have a question. The 3.8, or what you were saying, COLA 2.8, but Social Security is 2.5, but that's starting January 1st because we're not starting until July 1st. Is that why you're still talking 3.8?
So the Social Security is a separate percentage that goes into personnel. The COLA is just
I'm talking about people that are on Social Security. They're only getting a 2.5% increase. Okay, so, and you're saying that ours right now looks like it's 2.8, but you think it's dropping down. Well, if
yes.
Social Security people are only getting 2.5, I would think we would be looking at something. And then again, I heard inflation was ticking back up again.
So this is the language that's written into all of the union contracts, that we're going to take the average from January 2024, through February 2025, or excuse me, February 2024 through January 2025. And that's the average CPI increase. That's what will be used for COLA. Yeah.
That's what I needed to be reminded of. So it starts a bit later. And it goes
Yeah.
through
CPI is regionalized too, right?
West Coast.
Is Social Security, is that national?
Well, it goes for the nation, yeah.
I would assume so.
Don't get more than 2.5 if you live in a more expensive.
Nope. Everyone gets the same.
We're going to get ahead of ourselves. We have a slide coming up talking about what we're doing with the savings that are coming up in a couple of slides. I think the key is right now we have asked, and you're going to see these numbers in 2 slides about the savings we're asking departments to make. And we have asked departments to fill out an impact form so they can tell us, and we can share those with the board for the board's retreat in January. What are the impacts of even these focus savings that we're asking departments to make? And then the board at the retreat in January can decide, do we want to see big picture, which impacts or which departments are we willing to proceed with in terms of preparing the budget? That's still those will all be then ultimately decisions that the budget committee will then make later in the spring. So this is just to inform the budget preparation. And so the conversation is extremely valuable right now because you're sharing with us and the board what some of your expectations are going to be for what you're going to see in the spring. This is just the beginning, but I want to sort of turn it back over to Cam so she can get to that slide so we could talk more about it.
Great.
Just a half observation. I mean, and again, it's the mechanism, the way that it works. The verb see is better than the verb make because actually the budget committee sees what the changes are, but it's really presented as a whole in terms of say yes or no. And honestly, we don't have enough information to be able to then say, no, you got to cut that. I mean, I know that budget committees in the distant past have tried to do that, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. My encouragement is just try and make as many of those decisions so that when the budget committee sees it, then we can actually see that there's progress.
Okay, so I'll just wait for the slide to come back up. There we go. So moving on, I'll just briefly touch on the slide. This is just to show, again, kind of looking at the larger expenditures of the general fund, what the history has been, and you can kind of see those last 2 bars. That red bar is, what fiscal year 26 would look like if we didn't limit growth, and then what fiscal year 26 looks like by limiting growth. And so this is just to illustrate, as you can see, some exponential growth over the years, and we're trying to limit that again and reset the expenditure curve, which the model does indicate at that 3.3%, 4%, and 5% ongoing, with, of course, a lot of assumptions going into it and it being very dynamic, that our revenues will be higher than our expenditures and our fund balance will be higher than our contingency requirement. About that. Okay, so this table represents, so basically if we limit general fund departments to 3.3% and ISFs to 8%, the idea is that each department will get a baseline number, and this is a number that they can't exceed. This is their target budget amount. Then what I did is I went in and put together, still using preliminary assumptions, but put together sort of a mock fiscal year 26 budget for each department based on what we think their personnel is going to look like based on those preliminary assumptions, what M&S growth might look like unconstrained based on historical year-over-year averages, just so that everybody had an idea, an order of magnitude of, okay, how much might you have to save in your budget? And again, these numbers are very preliminary, and as departments actually start building their budgets, they may not need to save as much or they may need to save more. It just depends on how their M&S comes in compared to what I've assumed their M&S might grow by. So in total, the general fund needs to save about 1.5 million. Internal service funds needs to save about 624,000. And I guess there was one other point I was going to make, but now it's slipping my mind. I did want to say that for the departments that are receiving transfers, this budget savings calculation is basically just saying historically, on average, their transfers grew by 7%. And if you compare that to a 3.3% transfer, that's the difference. However, for example, Community Justice Juvenile, they may need a higher general fund transfer than 7%. And so the savings that they need to find might be more than what's indicated here, but we don't have their budgets fully evaluated yet. But I think we will know that for the January retreat, when, as Nick mentioned, the departments will be providing, based on these numbers, what their high-level concepts and strategies will be to achieve these budget savings, in order to inform the board on January 10th during that retreat. Any questions on this slide?
Now, when you did the potential budget savings needed, I mean, it doesn't look like you peanut buttered it. It looks like you were, I guess, how did you determine department by department what the budget savings were, or what budget savings were needed?
Yeah, so again, just kind of looking at what if they had just a status quo budget. We let their M&S grow by the historical average, which could be anywhere from 3.5 to 7%. And then I did a preliminary payroll model. I ran everything through the payroll model. And so we know with the PERS increases, step increases, personnel in most cases is going to be higher than 3.3%. So the delta is what is the estimate of what the potential budget savings might need to be for each department.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so there's kind of two things happening. So for the January retreat, departments are filling out a much more simple form to just indicate, okay, if we think your savings need to be 500,000, let's say, what are your high level strategies to achieve that? However, as part of the budget process, later in the year, for the departments that need to find budget savings, they'll be required to complete a limited growth impact form. And so this will highlight, what the impacts to service levels might be, what impacts there would be to the community, or if there's going to be any impacts to other county departments or internal customers. And so these forms will be included in the budget book, kind of similar to the special request forms. There'll be a summary of all of the departments and the proposals that they are putting forth in order to meet their baseline budget, and the detailed forms will also be available. So again, just to have more transparency into each item that the department has identified to achieve those budget savings and what the impacts are. Okay, so moving on into the transient room tax forecast. This is just a quick reminder on how the TRT gets allocated. So that first 6%, which Robert mentioned was enacted in 1975 and 1980, 20% of that goes to Visit Central Oregon, 80% goes to general county operations, so it's a discretionary portion. And then that next 1% was enacted in 1988. 100% of that goes to tourism, so that's going to Visit Central Oregon as well. And then the newest 1%, which was in 2014, 70% goes to Fair and Expo or tourism, and then 30% is discretionary. Historically, this has been allocated to the Fair and Expo Reserve Fund.
And just to be pedantic, probably because I have fun doing it. The 20% to VCO and the 100% to VCO, it's allocated toward travel and tourism, but it is not necessarily allocated to VCO. It's just been the county's choice to do the
Yes,
contract that
yeah,
way.
exactly.
But the fair allocation is a fair allocation, and then the discretionary obviously is discretionary. And again, I want to be clear. I'm not trying to say the county needs to change its mind. It's just I think we need to be public in terms of it's travel and tourism, and our pathway for travel and tourism is Visit Central Oregon.
Yes, that's correct.
Tourism promotion, tourism related facilities.
And again, I thought that they were much more eloquent last year when they presented. So I think they're on a good path.
Much more eloquent than the year before. Or
Just
okay.
Comparatively, yes.
Okay, so kind of looking at TRT revenue over time, you can see that really the big spike in fiscal year 21 during that post-COVID time, we've had a 17% increase, or there was a 17% increase in fiscal year 22. But then if we're looking at between fiscal year 23 and 25, there's been a 2% average decrease. So we kind of had, it shot up quickly during COVID, after COVID, but then we've slowly seen it kind of come back down and just flatten out. We're projecting 12.1 million in TRT TRT collections for the fiscal year 25 budget, which is at budget. And actually, I just looked at November numbers and we're now, I adjusted downward by about 200,000 because we're about 1.5% down if you compare to November of last year. So it's we did it for October, it was down 1% and now it's down 1.5%.
I mean, we can hope that the early snow changes things around, but anecdotally, it doesn't look like it's really working yet. Before you said that you were thinking of making this flat, we had actually discussed last year on, is flat too ambitious? And it's looking like flat might be too ambitious. So let me ask the question again, is the current assumption, and you can reply in May, but is the current assumption of fiscal year 26 TRT flat the right choice, or should we be draconian and hope that the results are better?
Yeah, and again, keeping it flat is our preliminary assumption, and we will continue to revisit the fund, and as we get closer to budget kickoff in February, we can make changes to that if necessary.
But the problem is the smoke. And you can't deny it. We had a lot of smoke. And so now people either want their money back or they don't come here to begin with. Yeah, in weddings, I mean, yes. So definitely, we may have a winter season if we have, at least that started the earliest possible. But yeah, definitely there's something going on. We have our VCO meeting today at 3. So, but I know that some of the rates have come down too. So that's another impact.
I mean, it's rates, it's vacancy rates, and I don't, I've asked a couple of questions and just, in the past in terms of, can we account this way? Can we account this way? I don't think we've got a good enough view from the county in terms of the, is it because people are discounting, trying to get people to go, or is it just because there's less people coming? It's a mix all the way around, but I don't think we have an idea as to how to turn the dials, and that's and I don't know how we figure that out to try and see if VCO then has an opportunity to go, tweak their message one way or another.
Well, at the Outdoor Recreation Summit in Sun River last week, and a tourism person was complaining that, we looked at the data and so many of the people who used to come and visit now live here.
There is that.
I was like, well, I appreciate I appreciate the property tax revenue from that. And I don't know what you do about that.
Although if they're coming, we're not seeing it really in the property tax growth either. I mean, so it's they
moved here.
Yeah, I'm just saying if but they're moving here, but we're seeing instead of the 5, we're seeing the 4.8. So something's not.
Well, we're still
coming out.
$1 billion of assessed value per year. So I mean,
we're getting there.
Well, the difference is when I used to come here as a tourist in the 90s, what was it? The end of the Seventh Mountain was on the front page of the Oregonian. And I was in Pendleton with my grandmother. She goes, why are you going there? I go, Grandma, don't worry. They'll get that fire out. Went like the next day or the day after, and there was no fire. There was no smoke. So that was the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely, now people realize that, yes, there could be smoke for a long time. And we had 6 months of smoke this last year?
And
in my
it's
house,
not necessarily local smoke. I mean, we've done a lot of fuels reduction work here in a much better position to manage fires in this area. But if the smoke's coming from Canada, if it's smoke coming from Eastern Oregon, it was coming from
California,
Oak Ridge,
we actually burned 1/4 of all the burning in the United States in Oregon this year. So that's a really big number. And I think it's out, and I think it's going to make people nervous about booking things here.
I just want to remind the budget committee, we had budgeted as high as $13 million for TRT tax, and we went down to 12.6, then this year 12.1. And so that's why we will continue to look at it for what will be the right number by the time we get to our actual budget upcoming. So
we've gone down 900,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you look at this chart, if you, you know, we had COVID, everybody and their grandmother wanted to come here.
And then, like you said, they all moved here, or not all of them, but
now it's tapering off. But if you look at the trajectory fiscal year 13 through fiscal year 19, if you like put a line to that and you just traced it out, it would still be below where we are, right?
well, and that I think is what we're seeing. We're seeing the normalization because in the past with Dan, I used to play the curve fitting exercises, and we would work on that. And you're right, we're not quite there yet, and that's why I think flat might be ambitious, but that's where curve fitting exercises can go in. I haven't played with the chart in a while. I'll see if I can share it with you, Cam.
Okay, so TRT assumptions for fiscal year 26. So as you've all already spoke to, TRT is highly variable and difficult to project. And it's a vulnerable revenue source, right? If we have fire or smoke, or we don't get any snow. So again, for now, our assumption is we are holding it flat, but we will revisit this as we get closer to budget kickoff. We're also implementing no internal special requests for TRT funds. And basically after we are going to reserve about 1.5 million of contingency in the fund, which we haven't done before, but because courthouse debt service is paid out of this fund, we just want to make sure that we have at least 1 year's worth of debt service payments within the fund, just in case we have a year where the revenue does not come in as we were anticipating. But after we meet that contingency, any remaining discretionary funds, what we're currently modeling is that these will be transferred to the capital reserve fund as a strategy to fund future capital projects, because as we discussed before, the general fund can no longer contribute to the capital reserve fund as at the same level that it has in the past. We do have a few items coming up for the board to consider on December 18th related to the TRT fund. So the first one is to increase environmental health fees to reduce or eliminate a subsidy of $527,000 a year, of which the TRT fund subsidizes 277. The other 250 is currently subsidized by video lottery funds. Another small item, which is related to the general fund and TRT, is to move a dispute resolution contract, which is about $20,000 that the Justice Court utilizes, move that out of the general fund into the TRT fund. And the reason that it's the TRT fund is because the Justice Court uses TRT funds to balance its budget. And then we're also requesting no new external commitments of TRT funds. And so that, again, those will be brought to the board next week. Okay, so looking at the TRT forecast, again, as I mentioned, we're going to build up reserves to 1.5 million between fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26. Currently, in the model, we're holding revenue and discretionary distributions flat. And TRT revenue came in 2% less than budget in fiscal year 24 and 2% less than FY23. And then again, we're expecting fiscal year 25 revenue to come in at this point a little bit less than budget. And so again, the difference between projected TRT revenues and TRT distributions is about $1 to $1.5 million a year, depending on the year, and will be important to preserve for contributions to capital going forward. Oops. This is just a table to just show or to capture the different discretionary TRT transfers that the TRT fund has historically made. And again, the model is holding all of these flat. So there's a sheriff office of about 3.7, courthouse debt services 1.5 million, the transfer to Fair and Expo Reserve 442,000, that transfer to Justice Court to help balance their budget 381,000, and then 277,000 goes to public health for environmental health fees. And then lastly, for fiscal year 26, what's left over is 726,000, 762,000, which we're modeling to be transferred to the capital reserve fund. So now we'll get into the capital reserve forecast. I won't spend a lot of time on this because again, we've talked about it, but basically starting in fiscal year 26, we're showing we're no longer going to have the funds to be able to make a transfer to the capital reserve from the general fund in the same way that we have been able to in the past. And, kind of ultimately, the last bullet point, the county will need to explore alternate methods for funding capital at some point. Again, we're using modeling TRT funds to go into this fund, but it's still not at quite as high as what the general fund was able to contribute in the past. So the last large expenditure is 3.5 million, and it'll occur in fiscal year 27. This is to finish the DEA remodel. So after that remodel is complete, the fund will have about $9.2 million within the fund. Our forecast doesn't include any spending on additional projects because we haven't prioritized or approved any additional projects at this point. Really, the only ongoing expenditure out of this fund going forward is it does make a transfer to the general county project fund, which is for capital maintenance, and that's about $680,000 a year. And again, as I mentioned, the revenue source beginning in fiscal year 26 will be from the TRT fund only.
And again, beyond purview of budget, but maybe the encouragement is you're starting to look at future projects and how you would spend it. What percentage does the capital reserve match in terms of capital otherwise raised? Might be a policy decision to make or something else in that. But you've got a decent trend line, but you're also admitting that the decent trend line is only there because we're not considering any other projects right now. And we know that's not true. We just don't know how it's not true. But we know it's not true.
Right.
Well, we've got the public safety campus, plan, $100 million or whatever it would be the vision, but 10 and 20 and 40 at a time. So there's huge things we could make choices about.
I mean, fairgrounds is going to be the same way.
That'd be-
Yeah, they have a reserve, but it's not all that big of a reserve.
That wouldn't be general fund, general operations. Fairgrounds kind of being its own enterprise fund, I'd say.
Well,
it's a policy choice, but it wouldn't be the same as foundational services.
True.
But yeah,
Thank you for reminding me I shouldn't argue both sides of that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I have just a couple more slides before we break for lunch, and then we can revisit the budget calendar and the role of the budget committee review after lunch. So this is just an update on county FTE. So looking at the last 5 years, the average growth has been about 2% year over year since fiscal year 2022. Fiscal year 21 was a somewhat COVID related year. So kind of looking at fiscal year 22 onward, kind of because I think this is a little bit more of a new normal. And then vacancy rates have been consistently around 10% since fiscal year 22.
So Cam, do you know what the number was then for 20? The number of employees?
Oh, for fiscal year 20?
Yeah, you have 21 on here, but I just wanted to go back.
I don't have it right at the moment, but I can get it and share it after the break.
Thank you.
And I mean, just a couple simple questions. Hey, do you have any way to track vacancy rates beyond some period of time? Like how many of those positions have been vacant for 12 months versus the rest? That's always an instrumental or not instrumental. That's always an enlightening thing to look at of, okay, you haven't filled that position in 2 years. Why do you still say you need that position? Just as a way to be able to look at potential low-hanging FTE savings. And then how many of those are purposefully being held open? Nick, you referred to earlier in terms of some positions that you might willingly hold open. And I know that there have been some departments in the last couple of years that have said, well, we're going to achieve budget savings by holding those positions vacant. Why do you have the positions if you don't intend to fill them? And if you need them, fill them. If you don't need them, admit you don't need them and go figure out something else to do, because what that does is that is artificially increasing your budget.
That's an important point, Robert. I don't know if you want to just mention that if you shared that with departments, is to be able to budget in vacancy savings going forward, which is a different budgeting strategy this next year. You want to just share that or Cam, either, yeah.
Yeah, so we have spoken to departments about using that as a strategy to balance their budget, to allow them the time. Just as an example, CJJ, I think, will be holding a couple positions, or budgeting for vacancy savings for a couple positions, but they will, but it allows them time to think about how they will restructure going forward. So that's one example of why they would want to keep those positions for now, budget the vacancy savings, just to give them some time to think about how they might want to restructure in order to meet their new, they're not getting as big of a transfer from the general fund anymore, and how can they balance their budget? Did you?
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it'll give the budget committee more visibility on that as a strategy, because that's a line that hasn't typically been in many budgets in the past. Is that accurate?
Yes, I think currently the only departments that do that is health services and the sheriff's office.
I was just going to add, one thing to also consider is sometimes we do have some departments like CDD, when they went through their downsizing, they did let go of their positions. We have other departments like sheriff's office, they're still holding on to 30 vacancies or so, 30, 40, depending what the number is. However, sometimes even though you have a 10% vacancy savings, it's not always the same position. So within a department, if it is the same position, then it's clear maybe that's a position that could be eliminated. However, if it's you always have a vacancy savings at 10%, but it's made up of various positions depending on turnover and things like that. So, and one other
up at 16%. It's at one point they were at 46 positions, and I think they're down to 40 now, or they were last time I looked. So yeah, I mean, huge vacancy.
And a follow-up, Commissioner Dare, to your question, what it was ending fiscal year 20, it was 1,062.66, so 1,063 approximately.
To Jim's earlier point, I mean, the sheriff's office, we know that our ratio of patrol deputies to population is not good. It's insufficient. So we want those positions. At the same time, the sheriff's office, they explicitly said, we are not going to fill this many positions so that we can balance our budget this year, and so we can actually incrementally rebuild our reserve. So there's going to be positions open for the whole year, but in the long run, we actually really do need them. And I don't know how you reconcile those two things. I think it's important to recognize that we actually do need those positions. And at the same time, I appreciate also that in the near term, they're banking on those on those vacancies to balance their budget. I mean, I guess you could say, well, could you just take them out for this year, just eliminate them from the budget for this year, and then add them back next year? But then there's always I mean, especially in the climate that we're creating right now, your ability to add new FTEs,
it's going to be calculation based on population. They factor in time rates.
I mean, there's some different philosophical approaches you can take. The county drives it, in a, not only do I have FTE, but I have this many FTE here, and here. You can get to a point where it's, well, your head count's 200, figure out how you're gonna organize it. And it's 200 next year. So figure out how you're going to reorganize to do it. And then you have some, sloshing is the wrong word, but then you have some opportunity to go change the positions, and you're giving the organizations autonomy. It's just, again, that's not for the budget committee to decide. I want the county to run as efficiently as possible, so that as a budget committee and as a representative of the taxpayers, I can say, yes, you're spending my money judiciously. Thank you. So I'm not entirely sure how to rectify it, just to the point that something needs to get done.
We do see conversions.
Yeah.
And then
Health seems to do
then they
that,
come in and say,
that's
"We
based
don't
on their
need
funding.
that, We need this, we want to convert this position to.
Yeah, and at this last slide, which just provides a little bit more detail by department over the years, how many FTE have been added. You can see in fiscal year 25, the net FTE is actually a decrease of 2.50. And that was a result of health services, as an example, converting positions and eliminating positions that it didn't need any longer, in addition to CDD. So during the budget process, we reduced FTE by 3.7. And then since we've adopted the budget, we've added 1.2, and that's the net of a decrease of 2.50 in fiscal year 25.
And my only comment on this, it's just, it's a good summary of what FTE changes have come on. From a public standpoint, there, I know, and I don't know how many departments, but I recognize that there's a couple of departments not here, which would say in the last 5 years, they haven't done anything with their FTE. It would be nice to note that, just because, frankly, that's good behavior that should be rewarded and recognized, as opposed to just making this a reporting chart.
We've actually added 188 employees since 2020.
Probably not the best trend line
No.
when you're trying to save money.
Yeah, I'm looking at this one. Yes.
Well, that 10% number could be dialed down a little bit. I do support that. And this is just information putting out to the world. Sheriff's office has been that 40-something number for a long time. And their, contingency was challenged a year ago and it's kind of back. But I do support the fact that let's dial that number in a little bit. Having positions that aren't going to get filled in the next couple of years and hold them on year after year is kind of an artificial scenario. Even if we do want to put the next deputy on the road, if it isn't going to happen, let's document it as such. So as I say, that's sheriff's office. Because I see it a lot different. The health department is just a big churn. There's always positions changing, people coming and going. Sheriff's office is truly, you're either in jail, you're on the road, or you're detective or support. I mean, there's just not that many variables over there.
Well, we need somebody on Highway 97. I mean, those people are going so fast. It's unbelievable. You can be driving 69 miles an hour and you feel like you're going backwards. So definitely
You driving 69.
No, I was.
Oh, you're the one driving the speed limit.
I'm going like, no, we need more law enforcement out there. We don't have enough state police. So we definitely need to pick it up. And okay, now we've got winter coming.
So we have an opportunity to work with the new sheriff. Is a good conclusion there.
Yes. Thank goodness.
So that's the end of the initial part of the presentation. So I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Dare.
Oh, okay. So now we go to budget calendar after lunch then. All right, guys, we have 30 minutes. It's 12:10, so 12:40. You ready to go?
There we go. Okay. Yeah, so why don't we move into the budget calendar? So I think I'll talk about budget week last because we will need to have a discussion about that. But the next upcoming meeting is January 10th, not for the budget committee, but just it's the BOCC retreat to set goals and objectives. And then you will have noticed that we did cancel a meeting we had scheduled in April, and instead we are going to have the elected officials compensation committee. We're going to schedule a meeting sometime in February. And this will be helpful because then we'll actually know the increase before we go into the budget process rather than deciding that during budget week.
Like a date, like in mind.
That's part of what we're hoping to discuss during the second meeting later today.
And then last year we did have EDCO and VCO come to an April meeting, but instead this year we'll have them present at a regular BOCC meeting, probably sometime in April. We don't have those dates yet either, but I'll share those once we know for sure when they will be presenting so that you can attend if you'd like or watch online. And then health services, which is historically also presented pre-budget, they will just be presenting during budget week like the other departments. So budget week is currently scheduled from May 12th through May 15th. Each day varies a little bit, but we currently have it scheduled from 9 to 3. I think some days end at 3:30. However, I think Commissioner DeBonne might have a conflict on Thursday.
So inadvertent conflict. So celebration of life for my dad on Saturday in Michigan. And I had put on my calendar Friday that I'd be flying. And then my wife made a comment, oh, I'm working on the tickets. You know, is Thursday going to be fine? And I did not see this as the date. And I scheduled to be flying that day. So the proposal, if it works, and as I say, I can't quite change this, but I'll deal with it if I have to. Maybe we do this in 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They'd be longer days.
So we could,
But as I say, that's only me because of my situation. If it's right.
I think we need to add about 6 hours in total. And so we could add that to the end. We could maybe start at 8:30. That, adds half an hour, and then add some on to the end and go through 5 some days. And then we can also maybe look at reducing the time for some of the department's presentations to make it work.
As I say, I mean, it's like first thing in the morning. As I say, I just didn't, when she asked me, I'm like, yeah, I can work a Thursday and not this Thursday though. So.
Be like 8:30 to 5:30 each day. We can make it.
Yeah.
It'll be the long summer days
That's helpful
almost.
if, we can see EDCO before. I think that and the other folks that you mentioned, I think that'll help cut down the time. as
Well, and that was
well.
my first question. What time are we flying? It's like 7. I'm like, oops.
I'm also fine with 3 days and doing it that way. And should the budget committee appoint me to the chair, you know what kind of
Your taskmaster.
yeah, I was going to say, you know what kind of timekeeping I do.
Well, and I don't want to compromise anything. I'm very supportive of making sure we're doing a complete review here. We're already setting kind of the tone and the thoughts, and we have great management putting this packages together for us. So I'm just making sure we're comfortable with this.
Why don't we start at 8 instead of 8:30? I mean, is that a problem?
8 to 5.
One other question would be, I mean, the last day is typically the day where we have all the discussions about special requests and things.
And there aren't going to be any.
Is there, like, sprinkled throughout the week, there's often things that are lower critical scrutiny items. I mean, maybe there'd be a way to kind of cover the important stuff to get us up to the key decision points, and then just have the less critical information, of the stuff that's basically just information only on a 4th day that Commissioner DeBonne could go back and watch on the video.
We can figure it out. I did take some notes last year in terms of who ran short versus who ran long.
We did as well.
So I'll at least give you my observations so that you can match them with yours.
Well,
They're sticking in my head, but I won't.
One of the departments came in twice and they did offer the same information both times, so I just think condensing it.
Yeah.
And Chrisanna has a
Or-
comment.
Yeah, for my schedule, starting at 9 is better than 8, and going later. But if the rest of the group would prefer to start earlier and get out earlier, I can switch my schedule around. But I just wanted to throw out there, I'd rather start at 9.
We'll have coffee.
That's not the reason.
I like it.
So I'm
How
good
about
with
8:30?
trying
How
it.
about back to 8:30 then?
But
Compromise.
I'd like not to go.
we can probably still make it work. And I'm good with trying to do it in 3 because then we are driving some efficiency as long as everybody. As long as all the departments get the time that they really have to show us how they're thoughtfully saving the taxpayers' money.
If we're not doing special requests, that will cut down because that takes a long time.
There will be some, I mean, potentially some special requests because really it's just the general fund and the ISF funds and the TRT fund. We are saying no special requests, but for example, solid waste, they're an enterprise fund. They're not really a part of this budget initiative. And so they, may have a special request.
Additionally, we are anticipating there may be additional conversation around the limited growth impact forms so instead of special requests, it's the budgeted savings areas, the targeted areas for those focus savings. That's where we anticipate there may be some discussion on that as well. And the budget committee may want time for that. So we're trying to allow time for that as well. But with the 2 extra hours on each of those 3 days, we should be able to accommodate that. And starting a half hour earlier, we'll build in some of the same things, just spread across the 3 days instead of the 4.
And maybe working lunches too.
Right. We can look at that.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I support 8:30 to 5. Is that what you were just talking about? Or
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll work.
We can make that work.
Well, thank you very much. As I say, that was inadvertent on my part when I say, oh yeah, just go ahead and book it, baby. And then it was done.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Have 24 hours in order to change your reservation.
It was
It was
3
like
days
that.
later and
John
she
was like-
checked and she tried.
We usually.
Well, and that's plan B is to try to make a scene because I still have some months, but as I say, I just brought it up today too.
We work on Sunday.
My general rule is
Thank
don't
you.
mess with family.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Supporting, having just done that with my aunt and making it more of a family reunion than anything else.
Well, and we already had one event and this will be the family reunion more there.
And I think that Sunday might be Mother's Day.
Oh,
Please do it
don't mess with
time.
that.
In case that Sunday wouldn't work. I'm
I
just.
don't care.
just-
I mess with my family.
Well,
all
and
the
this is
time.
how it all started. My mom said, be there on the 17th or else. I'm like, yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, we will take a look at that schedule and we'll send out revised calendar invites to exclude Thursday as well. So the last couple slides I have is just sort of a review and reminders of what the role of the budget committee is. So really the duties of the budget committee is to meet publicly to review the budget document as proposed by the budget officer, which is Nick. And the budget committee must also approve the budget and the amount of the tax or rate per 1,000 assessed value for each levy. The budget committee can meet from time to time throughout the year, so an off budget season, as long as it's a public hearing and it's noticed, so just like this meeting. The budget committee elects the chair or the presiding officer at the meeting where the budget message is received. So that's the first day of budget week. The budget committee reviews, and if a majority of the committee feels it's necessary, revises the proposed budget submitted by the budget officer. And then, this forward, the next slide Just a few friendly reminders. So committee members may not discuss or deliberate on the budget outside of a public meeting. So that's from the Oregon local budget law. Requests to staff for information should not be beyond that required for revision and preparation of the budget document. So it must be, relevant, related to the budget. In terms of the requests coming to county staff, so we have an internal practice that if the request is estimated to take longer than 15 minutes, we reach out to the entire budget committee just to affirm that the majority of the budget committee is supportive of meeting that request. And then throughout the process, if you direct all your questions to me as the budget manager, this way I can make sure that the responses include the entire committee and potentially even like a department head that the question might be related to. And then, as you all are aware, you now have county email addresses, and we can't email your personal email addresses, any sort of county related information. And so you use those email addresses, and then also do not forward emails to personal email addresses as well. So that's all I had on just a quick reminder of the role of the budget committee and a handful of other items.
So for public members or anybody in the public, if you have questions, I can help open up the doors too. And I would follow the process and support the process as mentioned here. Understanding that, some things you can go down a rabbit hole and spend hours if you're not careful. But as I say, if you need a door open on something, I'm available for that. And maybe my fellow commissioners also.
You'll have printed packets for us, like pretty well in advance or a week before or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that in the calendar in terms of when material is?
For the budget book, I believe we are scheduled to deliver that or have that available by the Tuesday prior to budget week. Mm-hmm.
It's usually my weekend reading. I think the county's going through a transition to a .gov website. Is that correct? Or .gov infrastructure?
That's correct.
When's that happening?
I don't have firm timing on that. There's some back end implications of that we're scoping. And also there's been some applications for some grant funding to aid with that transition, but definitely I can follow up with you and check in with our IT director.
Yeah, because that's probably an email transition again as well.
Okay, if there are no further questions on this topic, I can pass it back to Patty.
Thank you. And now I will very happily talk with Whitney for a little update on the year-end video.
Thanks, Commissioner Adair. We just wrapped up the county's first year-end video, and we're not going to release it publicly for a few weeks. But as 2024, heads to a close, we thought that it was appropriate to share it with the budget committee for a little bit of a special preview. We're cognizant that many of the projects you'll see featured in the video kind of originate with the county's budget and approval of that budget. So wanting you to kind of have visibility on the impact that many of those have had this year. So special thanks to Eric Brion, who's our digital communications coordinator, who really put in some work to pull all of these moments from the past year together. So with that, Kim, feel free to go ahead and play it.
We have heard from many clients of the county, many organizational partners for health services, how great it is to have that space, to have, adequate, meeting rooms, patient examination rooms, places to deliver services right there in Redmond.
the fentanyl declaration for Deschutes County was incredibly important at that moment in time because our overdose deaths were just skyrocketing.
I'll move approval of order number 2024-007 and propose that we read the whereases just to, acknowledge the words that we're moving here.
Okay, and I will second it. An order declaring a local state of emergency.
You think of it as a 10 or a 20-year horizon out into the future. What do we need? Safety and capacity improvements. This is for the roads that we maintain and are responsible for.
It's a great thing that we were able to add, to convince the state to provide 2 additional circuit court judges here a couple of years ago, and now we're physically catching up by expanding the courthouse which will have 2 new courtrooms, plus room for future growth in the next 10, 15, or 20 years. A growing population needs growing services, whether that be solid waste disposal services, health services, access to the courts, all of these things. We are trying to catch up with the growth that we've had in the last 10, 15, 20 years right now.
Now we kind of have an idea about where we're going to go. The trick is you put it on paper and then you want to go build something for 40 or 60 or 80 million dollars. But that's the future. When we do need to build, when times are right, we'll know what we want to do generally. Because then after that, you get in there and really design the next building. But that's what the campus plan is all about.
The deflection program is important to Deschutes County because we always step ahead and do the very best we can do in order to provide help for people that actually want help. And I think that's what's really a good thing about Deschutes County, that the people that need help, we're going to find it for them. So many times prior, I'd heard people, if somebody in their family had a drug issue, they would have to send them to LA, send them somewhere else. Let's help those people here. remove that with the landfill in it. I just, we're in negotiations and if that gets out into the public, I don't know if it's appropriate.
I was gonna say something similar. It might be, I mean, if we're waiting to release this video for a little while, maybe we can at least wait until we hear how some of those most recent negotiation points are resolved.
Okay.
But it's
Although you
something
did just
from us.
preview it in a publicly recorded meeting.
Very nice. Taking a moment and figuring out all those big things that has happened in the last 12 months.
Video.
It is.
Job.
And Chair, if I can just, as we wrap it up today, I just want to say to Cam, what a fabulous job. I think she's done preparing for today and holding it off today and helping answer our questions. Thank you very much.
you.
Yeah.
You're ankle deep after going in head first. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I just actually looked it up compared to 2021, when we had inflation first in the building numbers. I just looked at the report. We're down $71 million with the total valuation of building in our county year to date, 71 million. And when you guys think how much more expensive it is today than in 21 to build, that really shows you things have, definitely tightened up for Deschutes. So I remember I had this on my desk and there it was. I forgot to bring it down this morning. So, but anyway, Kim, thank you so much. So glad you got to go through all this for a while and now you get to lead. So I appreciate that about, immensely.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
So, any other comments? Because we're supposed to adjourn and then they're going to have another meeting after we leave the room. Or we can stay in the room too.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to.
Welcome.
Yeah, we're always welcome, aren't we?
Meeting.
If we want to. So, any other comments? Thank you all for coming in today. I'm glad the roads were good. Great. All right.
Very much.
1:03. Well, only 3 minutes late.
Good job.
And I think Chris
Is Christina still on?
Oh,
Yep, I'm still here.
There you go.
okay.
It takes me a minute to turn my mic on and off, but here I am.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Chrisana.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you too.
Okay.
Oh, good. There we go.
And do we need to formally convene the meeting or just transition into
We
discussion?
announced the POCC meeting.
Okay, bye.
did
You want me to say that?
adjourn.
Okay, the Deschutes County Budget Committee meeting has adjourned and this is now the convening of the Deschutes County Elected Officials Compensation Committee.
Perfect. Well, thank you. I am going to Eric and I will both be facilitating today's discussion. I think we mentioned it a couple of times in passing with specificity related to positions, but just for your awareness, Kathleen Hinman, our longtime HR director, has transitioned and is now with Bend Parks and Rec. So we have a vacancy with the HR director position, and we also have a vacant HR manager position at the moment. Jason Bavuso, who was our HR manager, is the City of Redmond's new HR director. So Eric and I are stepping in interim roles to assist with HR as we move through the next little bit of time. So with that, we wanted to coordinate with you more directly than we probably have in past years on kind of what this year might look like as we look at elected officials' compensation. The committee will recall last year we engaged with HR Answers, which is the consulting firm that the county is using for its wage and market evaluation study, which is underway. And that they did some analysis in preparation for the elected officials compensation discussion last year. And based on the fact that we are still in progress with the study, we think there's a lot of benefit to continuing that work. And so we are planning to have the committee meet, if we can find time for it, twice in the month of February. And HR Answers would be working to support the committee through that work. So the first meeting would be a discussion around comparables, and the second meeting would be after the committee has provided direction and had conversation with HR Answers, and really looking at the data that they've done based on the comps that the committee has discussed. So I think logistically, we were hoping that we might be able to look at availability in February and see if we're able to find some dates that may work for the 3 committee members, so that we're able to start to prepare that work. I think we're going to need at least 1 week, if not longer, in between the first meeting and the second, just so they have a chance to go out and pull the data that they need. But I think with that, other than that parameter, we're really flexible in terms of meeting when it may work for the committee. So I would kind of open it up to the committee members in terms of feedback on if there are date ranges that may work better than others. That might be a good place to start.
February for me is a pretty reasonable month, and so I should be able to accommodate pretty much anything. If you want a week in between, what might make sense would be doing it like a Tuesday and then 2 Tuesdays after, or a Thursday and 2 Thursdays after.
The 4th Tuesday, but I'm good at any other Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Prasanna, do you have?
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
pretty heavy in February. So I am not available at all the first week of February. And I might, I'm not sure the day yet though, be available the second week. The third week I'm great. And the fourth week I've also got some conflicts, but I'm available Monday. Definitely the rest of the week, not sure. So I'm kind of that's my availability for February.
Okay. I think that we could look at, did you have thoughts? Okay. Nope, that's perfect. We could probably, if it worked, we could stretch into March if we needed to. And so maybe accounting for that availability that was just mentioned, we could look at 1 February date and then potentially a pause and a reconvening of the committee in early March. Would that be?
That would work for me. March is totally clear for me.
Okay, so within the second week, the third week, okay, so the third week of February is the week of the 17th. So I think just looking for if we can go ahead and maybe throw out a date and time unless there's a specific date or time that might work best.
So Thursday, the 20th would be, I have
Our meeting.
yeah, I was going to say, Thursday, the 20th is basically an all day thing with, Deschutes County, the joint meeting, and then, the SSD meeting in the afternoon. So I would be unavailable for that, but otherwise that week I'm open, or I can open. Always available, never free.
Okay.
That's what happens as a contractor.
Maybe that Friday, the 21st, would that work?
Work for me.
Okay.
I can make that work.
Would another date be better? I just kind of threw that out as a, what time would work best?
How long is it gonna take to get the information?
I think this first meeting, we should probably hold about 2 hours is my thought, because this will be kind of the broader discussion around comp philosophy, and the consultant can articulate county comp philosophy and kind of expand upon the discussion the committee had in April related to potentially using a different set of comps. So I think to allow time for both things, I think that's probably a safe estimate.
So maybe start like 9 o'clock and
Okay.
go from there on the 21st. I could make that work.
Okay.
And I'm presuming you'll send us an invite
I will send you an invite.
on that email I can occasionally get. That'll work.
Okay. That sounds,
And then as I'm fond of saying, the saying in IT is the problem is usually between the chair and the screen.
No, between the authentication app and the.
Yeah. And then you said you wanted at least a week, or do you want to go longer than that?
I think there's at least 2 weeks, because it's helpful for the committee to then the consultant has to complete the work, and it's helpful for the committee to receive the work and review the work prior to meeting.
That's true.
I would
So that would say March 7th would be the first availability.
Yep.
And I look good on that day. Okay, I don't look good on that day, but my schedule is good on that day. Now,
All right, then when was the next one? Did you say?
March 7th would be the
March
next one.
7th or rolling out past March.
Christiana, how does that look for you?
That's fine with me.
So if you want to do the same thing, just start at 9 and
Okay. And I think
Go
that
from there.
meeting should be shorter. I'm thinking probably an hour for that discussion. You agree? Okay. That sounds good. So I think we will plan to send out invites for both of these meetings, and we'll also send background information to the committee that I know that we talked about it last April, but we'll recap the county's compensation philosophy as it was discussed by the board in April of this year. And then I think if there's anything else you have an interest in hearing from HR Answers about specifically to kind of help them come into this conversation prepared to answer questions you may have, I think just wanted to give you an opportunity either now or anytime, leading up to that meeting date to reach out to Eric and I, and we're happy to make sure that they are coming into that meeting as prepared as they can be.
Well, I just had a comment or, I don't want to discuss it or anything today. But I was interested in hearing maybe from Dave Doyle. I mean, one of the things, if we're going to 5, I don't know if it's applicable for this budget cycle, but if we're going to go to 5 commissioners, I mean, I was concerned about the cost of doing that, and given the projections that we saw today, maybe if HR consultants could come up with, if we could take the amount they get now and spread that across 5 for a certain amount of time. I don't even know if we can do that, but I'd be interested in hearing if we could.
Okay.
Because otherwise it would add. Yeah.
Okay.
the other thing, I know that in the last compensation meeting, we had a discussion on comparables. And it was kind of open-ended at the end in terms of how that was comparing to what HR Answers was already doing for the county employees, because I knew there were some areas that we were talking about potentially excluding. And then there had been a request to look out at some additional compensation areas. And I never heard any follow-up in terms of whether any of that was done. So probably prior to the first meeting, just understanding, maybe a couple of weeks before, getting a packet that says, okay, here are the comparables we will be discussing, and here's the reasoning that we went with on that, so that we can be prepared to come in and ask some questions around that.
And I think we've had some preliminary discussions with HR Answers about that discussion. And I think for staff's clarity, one thing that would be helpful, because I pulled my notes from this committee's April meeting, and I think in that meeting, there was a couple of things communicated. One was that Clackamas may not be comparable for purposes of elected officials. The other was, have we thought about Wyoming, Kentucky, and Tennessee counties within those geographic regions? And I think what we were planning to do is have HR Answers come in and discuss kind of the premise of non-local comps and also differentiation of elected officials comps versus county comps, and kind of talk to you about pros and cons of all of those things. And then that would be the meeting in which, if this is the direction or a direction like this that you wanted to head, could provide that direction to them at that time after that discussion occurs. Are we in alignment with that?
That's
so I think to your
okay. Yeah.
So I think to your point, we haven't gone out and pulled or looked for comparable counties in those or other geographic regions, but we're hopeful for that initial discussion will help to inform if that's the direction you want to go, or kind of what you want to do for this year.
And we didn't, and here's why is a potentially acceptable path. I mean, you might get some redirection based on the here's why, but as long as you don't ever disagree with the strategy, you just disagree with the assumptions. So as long as we have the assumptions all together, we should be able to develop a pretty good compensation strategy.
Okay, that sounds good.
And also in those areas that you're talking about, that are from different states, I'd like to know also the roles and responsibilities of their county commissioners and the amount of county commissioners on their boards.
Right. Because
Yeah.
County is very comparable to Deschutes County in Tennessee, but the roles might be different. So they might be part-time or I don't know.
Right.
Because I don't
And
think
did-
that I don't think that we can just assume that all of the counties are going to be exactly the same. I think that we have to be comparing apples and apples and not just population.
And I think that's likely work that the consultant would be doing between the first and the second meeting, not prior to the first meeting, because I think we'll need clarity on direction in terms of after they're able to provide you with some background information, just specificity on the data set that they're going to go and pull. And that would be part of the analysis they're doing to make sure that the positions are comparable, looking at things like size of budget. So I think that work will occur, but I think in this current plan, that's not likely to occur before that first meeting.
It'd be helpful to get, like, and I know what their roles are and I know what they do and 20% for these county commissioners. So it might be helpful to have, I know there's a list of all the committees that they're on, so maybe you could just provide that because it's already there. The Deschutes County.
Mhm.
Just for the meeting for the public or whatever.
Okay.
We know what they do.
Having a 2-year run, trying to figure out how to redo some of that would be useful, yeah. And similar, the treasurer is elected for 4 years, is that correct? Because there was, obviously we had the situation where we did need to go out and elect a treasurer, and then again, having a 2-year run at that in terms of what are some of the permutations that might happen. Will that get reelected? Will that actually move to an internal position now that there's eligibility? Starting to have that discussion, even if we don't need to make decisions in the next, in the immediacy, knowing what conversations we can have from an elected official's compensation standpoint would probably be useful.
If we can follow up on that.
Yeah, I think that just the other thing I think about is if I hear the conversation about looking at some of these other counties in terms of county commissioners, but for example, our other elected officials.
Yeah, it's all elected officials
So,
we need to
so
talk
if we're going to use the same comps, we really need to find comparable organizations, if that's what we're going to do. Otherwise, I mean, we could find ourselves in a situation where we're cherry picking this elected official with these organizations and the board with these. So just in terms of, as we think, if that's, we're going to continue with that approach, is that we're looking at what is a comparable organization across all 9 or
Yeah, that's why I threw out the no and here's why type of discussion of doesn't work. This state does things completely differently, and it's not gonna and it's not gonna be, it's we're not even gonna be apples to pears. We're gonna be apples to or to walnut. So let's man, thinking of those analogies on the fly. This is a tough day. But yeah, just understanding, I mean, the goal that at least I have as a part of this is making sure that we've got enough information that we can agree on a set of assumptions and again, develop a compensation strategy.
Okay. Anything else you want to cover? Okay, we will plan to send out some preliminary meeting invites as well as information to prep for this discussion. And again, if committee members have any follow-up thoughts or questions in between now and that first meeting, feel free to reach out and we'll make sure that we get that information covered so that we have a robust discussion when we meet next.
And what's the right mechanism for reaching out?
However you would like. So I think email is.
Yeah, let's do that. So
Specifically, I mean, again, we've got very clear direction in terms of budget questions. So I just want to make sure that we've got very clear who's our.
As long as Cam is okay with it, reaching out to me directly on this is helpful, and I'll make sure that Cam has visibility to the extent that, does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
All right. I think that's all we had.
It is, yeah.
All right.
Appreciate you. I know it's a lot of work.
All right.
Christina, have a great set of holidays. Enjoy shoveling all that sunshine.
Thank you. Yeah, it's chilly today. It's 75.
Yeah.
Jealous.
Elected officials compensation committee meeting.